I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. In our Discord chat, Noxipo was asking something about talking about something, so I guess I will do that. But while we wait for everyone, I guess, let me show you what I did. I actually ended up spending some time not creating videos, but actually finishing up and implementing my Delaunay's triangulation logic, which works, I think. Though I think I did notice one minor bug. Not sure how minor it is, but it's a bug. So we'll probably go through that. For the most part, it works. I actually had a pretty fun idea of like one of the combats being like there's like a wave of solar, because I don't want people to stay on a combat on purpose to try and like fix all their components. Like if the combat is over, combat is over. But also at the same time, people can like delay their actions to do other preparation thing, which may be part of the mechanic, but I don't want that to be. So I was thinking that there could be some sort of like solar flare or gravity effect that's like pushing the player out of the place. Zerobop says, is Scratch a good language for beginner? Oh yeah, it's totally a good language for beginner, like total beginner, because it's a easy introduction to coding concept. Now, if you want to do it officially and you're more scholarly in that, like you like reading stuff and you like understanding things at bottom up, then I still recommend just picking any programming language and going from there. Look at this. Look at this generated map. Yeah, look at that. Triangulation. Yeah, it looks good, doesn't it? Though it's like fully connected, which doesn't feel too bad. Because, all right, here's a downside. Here's a downside for full triangulation. Or I guess not full triangulation. Hold on. Procedurally generated game dev, Ezra. All right. The downside is that each point... Oh, actually, never mind. That's not the case. If it's on the edge, there's limited number of connections. But this, I think this feels pretty good. Pretty sick. Anyways. I need to make an announcement saying that I'm live. But there's also so many chats that I can't catch up. Are you guys behaving? It seems heated. I haven't read it at all, but the rate of which you guys are typing feels heated. I don't know if it should be moderated. Hopefully just good feelings only. Live now. Let's all behave, shall we? I'm not sure. I'm just assuming that there's something going on, but there might not be. All right. Zerobop says, I use Scratch and Python, and bug fixing in both is pretty difficult. Oh, yeah. No. If you do anything like official, like app launch, though bug fixing / debugging is a skill that you learn as well. You definitely need to, for debugging purposes, you definitely need to get used to using debugger to like step through code one at a time. Hasi says, hi, I don't get it what that is, but looks cool. Thank you. This is a space map that I'm trying to auto-generate. So each of these points are going to be some sort of destination. And then basically players would be on one of them, and they would click on the next available destination to travel to. And then when they do that, one of these things will happen. So, hey, Apollo. Zerobus says, it looks like a constellation game. I can see that. Well, it makes sense because this is called Star Map. Though, this happens every now and then. And I think there might be a bug. Because, logically speaking, this shouldn't happen, I feel. But it does. I'm not really sure what to do about that. So, this one is full connection, right? How everything is connected fully. So this is the triangulation result. So we need to trim it down. So we're going to make a minimum spanning tree with this. Meaning we're making minimum number of edges, which is n-1 edges in order to connect everything together. And then we'll probably add few lines back into it once it's done. Hey, Noxibo. All right, we'll have to address your conversation. I was just saying that the Discord chat is really popping off, and I'm afraid that things are getting heated. I haven't really read into what you guys are talking about, but hopefully nothing crazy is happening, right? Am I understanding that right? Okay, so you see this line connection? Yeah, this feels wrong. Because where's a triangle in this? Yeah, this is a bug right there. I can already tell that this line is not supposed to be here, but it still exists. So we're gonna have to fix some of this. Hatsi says, so like a space map. Yeah, space map. Paul says, howdy, howdy. Zerbob says, does each destination has its own coordinates and names? They will. My previous version had it so that they have like names, and then each of the edge also have like a details, like this edge reported a lot of pirate activity. This edge reported. So basically, the destinations are just hops, and I'm making it so that my idea is if you click on this, right, your ship will move over here to the center where the edge, like into the edge, and then the event will happen. It's like, oh, this happened, and stuff like that. I think we'll see, but yeah, we're gonna continue making this generation. All right. Noxibus says everything positive and good. Okay, great. I actually didn't read what your question was when I said, sure, we can talk about it. Because, you know, we can talk about it. But Noxibo was asking if it's okay if we could talk about something that is specific to Noxibo. I don't know what your pronouns are, but so I'm going to call you they, them for now. Says right here. Oh my gosh, so much. Noxibo says, Ezra, if you're taking requests for today, I could use some help on how to tackle having elemental attacks and resistances. Okay. Okay. Like, I can do the math part easily as multipliers, but I get lost thinking about where in the formula to apply it. Interesting. I mean, obviously there's one good answer, but I think we can talk about it. Should it be part of the attacker, defender, or the game system itself? I want to have multiple locations that would add up to total resistance based on race and or equipment. So part of me feels like that the resistance obviously should live within the defender character, but at the same time, I want more parameters affecting the elemental damage too, potentially even multiple ones. So where does it all fit for damage calculation? I mean, defining it probably helps. I do think that you need to probably have a funneling function. This is why whenever I'm like calculating damage for my games, I do not like directly modifying the health. I always make it go through damage, right? So you say get characters attack power, right? Whatever, the entity's attack or entity's damage. And from that function, I think you would apply their base plus whatever effect it needs to be. So all the things that would impact the attacker's strength would come from the strength, and then you send those strength over. You know, you could scan that and send that over to the defender, and then say, okay, defender is taking this much incoming damage equals this much, and then the defender would say, okay, well, this is the strength that's being applied to me, and this is the type of the damage, right? So you need a damage object that says damage amount, the type, and maybe it's an array, because if you want to have multiple mixture of elements like D&D, right? Because in D&D you can have multiple types of damage type mixed into a single hit. And then you take that, and then the defender, I think, should probably define what kind of defensive effect they have. Because I think about like stuff like, okay, well, it reduces the damage. But at the same time, it's like, oh, even if I take damage, I heal after that. Like, you know, those things needs to be handled by the defender, I think. If you're thinking about environmental effect, I do think that it might be easier if the environmental effect is just global variable that's available by the characters, and they take into consideration during the attacking or defending calculation, or both, is my opinion. And I think that will compartmentalize it nicely. Does that make sense? From my experience, at least, having it done that way a few times for more complicated damage calculation, that works. And it gives you an opportunity to really, like, if your game gets so complicated that people are like, oh, I don't know how the damage calculation works, and then you need to show the track of the calculation, I think that probably gives you an opportunity to show text for all of those things. Yeah. That's my thoughts, at least. I'm going to force spawn some people just to see who's on here. Cooley's here. Cooley's quiet. Nice. All right. So we made some generation here. I can make it clickable, but I still want to clean up some of the generation logic here. And some of the shifting needs to be corrected, but Cooley says, "Caught, Lamau." Yeah, exactly. You can't hide from me. I know where you guys are. Okay, this line is definitely not supposed to be there. So I implemented it. I calculated the circumcircle, which was really fun to figure out. Obviously, I didn't have to, but I did anyways, because I wanted to make a video on this. Though I'm struggling to find out what the title would be. Also, I am officially, my stream is officially sponsor streams. So I need to kind of put that tag on there later. I have an affiliated link that you guys can use for password manager program service that I get a cut from. So I need to put that up per instruction, but I haven't had the chance to do that. It's nice, but the problem in affiliate link is that I'm not getting any flat fee, which, I mean, if I was a bigger streamer, that would be good, but the product itself didn't look so, like, it didn't look shady because it's a password manager and then it's like a known company that I felt like, okay, well, I don't feel too terrible about advertising it. My experience with affiliate link is like, it's really hard, honestly. It's like I'm having to be a salesman a little bit, but I do need to set up like chatbots and stuff to remind people. But yeah. Okay. Debug. I want to see where the issue is happening. So you know what's funny? I finally looked into it, and then I didn't quite understand what it meant by define the outer edge. It makes sense now to me. So for example, if I have like 5 points to connect right here, and if I add a dot here, for example, all of a sudden the Delaunay triangulation for this logic right here and this one, it breaks. And so it's basically saying remove this line in the middle and then define the outer edges and connect all those edges to this new point that gets created, which is actually conceptually simple. So I don't know, the whole like them explaining it as a polygonal whole, I don't know, to me that was kind of like, it threw me off a little bit. Anyways, so we're gonna probably go back into our triangulation logic and see if we can better define the polygonal whole. Confession is that I had to make a separate tester scene just so that I can verify my circumcircle was working. Like this. You see how like there's a triangle and then I'm figuring out the circle? So I had to verify this because this part, mathematically, I thought I figured it out and I couldn't get it to work. Obviously, this doesn't work. I don't know why it does that. But anyways, so we have this. This looks great. Now what we're going to do, we probably do some triangulation logic here. So let's see. We're going to take the Delaunay triangulation logic and we want to run triangulate here. And then we want to, I think, make it stepwise. So So we have bad triangles, and we're checking if it's Delane. I mean, this is all that is. So once you have the bad triangle, I'm going over the triangle's edges, which is A, B, B, C, C, A, or AC, doesn't matter. Zuzu says, where do I share my itch page on Discord? Showcase? Probably, I think. I don't know if I need a self-promotion page, but probably Showcase. And some context about what you're trying to share with it. Noxibo says, so don't overcomplicate it with some sort of middle management class. Just have the attackers and defenders talk to each other directly. Oh, no. I mean, you would have a middle management, which is the combat handler. Though I guess... I mean, there's no... Okay, Noxibo is still talking about the attacker versus defender, and attacker being able to be influenced by a bunch of stuff to modify their power, and defender being able to apply a bunch of stuff to reduce the damage or increase the damage. I mean, I typically call the defending object directly from the attacker. If the global states are available by the attacker, right? Now, if you designed it so that the attacker is just information holder, it just goes, okay, well, given the, attacker is just a strength number. And then you would say damage helper, like the ref counted utility function would be like, okay, handle or calculate damage. I mean, that would be clean. Honestly, I like that way too, Noxibo. Like, for example, if you have a damage handler utility class, like a singleton or, ref count, it doesn't matter. And then you go damage handler dot process damage. And then you pass the attacker and the defender. Then you feel less guilty about sharing the entire global state of the game onto that helper. And that's not a bad idea. At least that way you have all the damage calculation in a single function. The only downside is that, let's say when you're configuring a player-specific things, you will need to remember to, like, as you add more and more effects that impact different components differently, you're handling it in a single spot, which can get long, versus compartmentalizing it. I think it's just like choice of organizational differences. Do you want to compartmentalize and configure each individual effect separately, or do you want to do that in a common spot? I think they both have pros and cons. Unfortunately, I don't think I can give you any answer, yes or no. Noxibo says, I think I see the light now. I can just go try the ideas now. Yeah, honestly, if you do common damage path, okay, here's the thing. All right, one last thing. If you do a utility damage handler way, if you decide to go back to each individual attacker and defender calculating things, that transition is easier than going from each individual attacker and defender holding information to going to the utility. You know what I'm saying? You can compartmentalize from the unified solution easier than going from compartmentalized solution into unified solution, I think. There are more pieces that you can forget. Denimal says, I never feel guilty. It's true. Denimal is always guilt-free because Denimal is both a YouTube member and a Twitch sub. Whoa. Can't be guilty. Zuzu says, where do I share my itch page? I saw that. Yeah. I don't know. Just give us a little context. Ship-like. Like roguelike, but ship. That's funny. Okay, hello everyone. Welcome to my presentation of my prototype. I'm trying to make a game by splicing up the game in small little updates, which all get logged into devlog. Looking for feedback. Ooh, I'll take a look. Should I take a look right now? Okay, I don't see a development log. Oh, there it is. Just prototyping to get my okay. Cool. This is fun. You know what? You might be able to get some support from this. Now, you got to target... you want more eyes on this, right? Definitely social media probably helps. Hey, what is this? Whoa, I sold another? Yeah, I sold my packet. Nice. All right, we'll take a look. Well, I'll take a look later. Looks great. I'm happy that you're able to get started. Donald says, do it. You won't. I don't know what that is, but I will do it. All right. So edges are correct, I think. I can't see how this could be wrong. 3 edges in the triangle seems pretty straightforward. And I go through each of the edge, and then I key the edges. And by the way, this keying, because unfortunately the dictionary, when I'm making custom objects, and keying the custom objects usually is based on its memory address. Like the hash code is the memory address, meaning if you have a separate instance of the object with the same value, there's no like override functions like Java to override how the hash code is calculated. So I need to come up with my own method to create a key. So my method is taking the string version of the first vector and then the second vector and concatenating it and using it as a key, because this will be unique. Now, obviously, the mistake can be, what if the points are flipped? They're still the same line, but it would be registered as a separate key. Well, I went ahead and made it so that when I'm grabbing the edges, the order is sorted by some logic. So it'll always be between the 2 points, the array would always look the same, is my hope. So we're grabbing all the edges from the triangle, and then we're seeing if that triangle has already been picked up. Like if the edge has already been picked up. That is... By the way, I'm saying this out loud because I'm actually trying to help myself. I'm just gonna remember my jury duty is next week. So my next week's stream schedule might be a little spotty because I don't know what kind of responsibility or duration I'll be hooked to for my jury duty tomorrow. Or not tomorrow, but next week. Hopefully not crazy. So basically, the idea is if you have something like this, and then the points are right here, then this violates the Delaunay definition for this guy and this guy, right? Because this point exists in both. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to pick up all the outer edges like that. So that means this edge right here exists on this triangle and this triangle. So it's on both triangles. So what we're doing here, I think, is if I say, okay, well, I'm adding all the edges into the list. So we have A, B, C, D, E. I go A is added, B is added, and C is added. And over here, I'm adding D and then E, and I see C again. So I go, okay, well, this one already exists. Let's save this for C as duplicated, saying that this exists in both. These are the dupes. And later, so I already created the new triangle with 2 edges, edge 1, edge B. And then I'm adding it here. And later over here, for all the duplicated edges, meaning C here, I'm going to go to my edge folder and remove it. Go pop. So over here, it should only have A, B, D, E. And for all those triangles with missing dot, this one, these 4 edges, I'm going to add the new point that I'm adding, this point that we're adding right now, as part of the triangle, and then now add it back to the good triangle list. And that's our resulting triangulation. So on and so forth. So I don't see why this would have a bug in general, but it does. So we'll have to see. Noxibo says, Oh, Zuzu says, but sharing on social media is scary. It's okay, Zuzu. You just gotta pretend that nobody knows you. And it's true, nobody knows you. And the worst that can happen is really nothing. People saying mean things to you, I guess. Noxiba says, Fortune Cookie, I love saying random things about stuff on screen and Ezra reads it 10 minutes later and thinks I'm just Mad Men. No, I just think that I miss a context. Fortune Cookie is delicious. All right. Denimal says, are we rich developers yet? Maybe. Cooley says, guilty. Guilty about something. I don't know. Denimal says, my utility company sent me an invoice of $10,000 electric bill. Then I got an email shortly later saying to ignore that one. I about crap my pants. Yeah, that's crazy. Like, what? You should sue them. Cooley says, good lord, I would die. Yeah, then seriously, if I get that, I would die. I'll be like, what just happened? The panic overwhelms you. Denimal says, or Cooley says, Denimal, running a large-scale Bitcoin miner at his house. Exactly. Denimal says, except my Bitcoin wallet is still at 0, so where is it? Noxuba says, no, I already read that. Okay, cool. All right, I have no idea where the error is happening, so I need to make it so that it's visually represented, the triangulation. So we're going to make some visualizer for our triangulation logic. And let's make sure we don't crash while doing that. So I'm going to close one browser. Make sure I don't have any background processes running. This is so bad. I wonder... Okay, just make sure. All right, nothing crazy is happening here. I'm not running any code that should be running on tool. I'm going to close all the windows here. Oh. Okay. Godot, something's happening in Godot. I'm going to close it. I'm a little fearful. Oh, I got to close Paint. Paint is consuming all my RAM, apparently. Noxibo says, easy triangle. Time for another Godot plugin? Yeah, exactly. No, okay, so my goal is, so I've been making Dungeon Generator, I've been making Dialogue plugin. I'm gonna make some dialogue boxes that goes easily with the dialogue plugin. And then I really want to, make like some of the base card game like the scaffolding, and then package it all into easy Ezra's Godot humble pack or whatever. I don't know what to call it, but whatever. Where it's basically a lot of the commonly used game development functions pre-implemented, so you can focus on just making your game. I just want to make games faster, and I think it's cool. Demo says, sorry to derail, I just had to share my heart attack. You mean heart attack, yeah. No, I would have a heart attack too. That's crazy. Did they explain what the issue was? No, they don't have an obligation to do that, so I guess they probably wouldn't. Okay. So here's a question. You know how like GDScript window? Oh. Like usually they have this like side panel that shows which files are opened by the editor. I hit it somehow. Oh wait, it was this one. Okay, good. Okay, I got it back. I'm going to close all, so I don't have a bunch of files on memory ready to go. That made it freeze. Oh, great. All right. Okay. Now we're going to go to Delaunay's triangulation logic. And then we'll open here. I'll pop this out. I don't usually do this. This is my first time. And then we're going to go to probably the triangulation logic. And we're going to split this so I can progress this one step at a time. So what I think is we can section some of these functions so that I can call the function one at a time. I mean, alternatively, I could do signaling out, but I don't want that. Denimal says devlogs seem to do really well on YouTube. Have you thought about taking some of your stream and breaking down into devlogs? Yeah, I want to do that. I mean, so I do both, right? I do devlogs here and then, and I have some strategy for it. It's just that I really wanted to get the what we call an evergreen content out first, so that they kind of paint the baseline. Because the thing about evergreen content, which is ideally they are long-tailed content where it generates revenue / view endlessly. It's like it's not meant to be pop-up, like it's not meant to pop immediately. It's meant to like last a long time, which does happen. So I've been kind of like painting the base layer there first, and then for devlogs, I definitely want to do more interesting stuff like this. Now, making a VOD is hard. It's a lot of work to go through and filter only the important parts. But I do think what I can do, the devlog style, is things like showing the result and being like, oh, this is what I've done for this game's progress, and this was surprisingly hard, and this is how I did it. And then it was like Delaunay's triangulation on Godot, and then blah, 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 blah. And then I can point to being like, okay, if you really wanted to know how to do this and code it yourself, I posted a tutorial on that here, type of thing. So the idea is every time I post a devlog about information where people are like, oh, that's pretty cool, I want to learn about it. If they think that, I want to be able to point to a tutorial. Does that make sense? Like I want to do a devlog, and I think it'll do well. But I think the extra layer might be, if I do say something, be able to point to something. I think that could be good. But I do want to do it. It's just I don't have enough time or energy to do all that while streaming. Oh, editing is crazy. And it's hard to get just an editor to do that for you, because what editor, like it's like a very specific skill set. Like who do I need to hire to understand what I'm doing and actually be one of my audience who can also filter through and pick out all the nice things? That's hard, right? I feel like I mean, I would normally trust people, but then it's like, you know, so it's a little rough. Daniel says, the only set that there was technical difficulties that caused the incorrect amount. Gotcha. Oh, I see. Zuzu says, still waiting for RPG Devlog 4. Oh, there's so many things I need to catch up on. Retector says, what's up, Ezra? Hey, Retector, welcome. Noxibo says, the fact that you can pop out the entire script editor to another window is just absolutely legendary too. No, this is really good. Yeah, no, I like it. I don't use it just because I'm too lazy to alt-tab, especially because I have so many windows now, while streaming at least. But it helps. Dragging and dropping is a little bit harder. Mr. Retector says, I'm back. Well, welcome back. Demo says, I would offer, but simply don't have the time. No, I know. That's the thing. I mean, I feel like and that's the thing. It's like Catch-22, where I would pay someone to do this a living wage, right? If I was already big enough to support myself and some hire. But in order to do that, I need somebody to do this. So it's like, okay, what first? What sacrifice do I take first? You know, that's the idea. I mean, that's why it probably helps to have like more like distributed effort instead of one person doing everything. And I think the good start is having being diligent about clipping, because Twitch, I think, is clip sensitive. So if there are clippable moments that can be shorts and whatnot, that probably helps a lot more than actually making a full video. Because I'm biased as a speaker and as a content creator. I could be good at figuring out what is clippable and what is watchable and what is interesting for people, but it's not as convincing, or it's not as correct and unbiased as actual viewer being like, okay, this is clippable moment, and then they clip it. You know what I mean? So one day I'll have a bunch of clippers. Mr. Protector says, yo, Ezra, important question. Do you think live streaming your game dev process gained you subs and Discord members? Yes. Discord members, well, a mix. I think for me, my community building happened mostly through my big tutorials and stream. The subs came mostly from my tutorials and devlogs and my first viral video. But I do think that the stream is stronger in building more a sticky community being like strong community, like dedicated community. But I do want to slowly expand this for sure. Mr. Protector says, because I do want to attract audience too, but I don't want to live stream for a number of reasons. Yeah, that makes sense. And also not everybody's like comfortable revealing voice and face and all that stuff. Especially, I would say if you're not used to talking all the time while you're doing things, it's also a very difficult process. But yes, Protector says, but live stream sounds like a least resistant way for it. Yeah, but try making videos. It could be fun. I like making videos more than doing stream in terms of like, if I had a choice, like if I don't have to like make something all the time, I would like if every video I make is successful, then I feel like I would probably stick to more like doing YouTube stuff more. The problem is live streaming takes less preparation for sure, right? Because you just pop in and you just do things. Videos you actually need to edit and plan, and then there's a whole anxiety about like putting it out there and then like things not working out. Like I have a huge ups and downs in terms of my video viewership, but I think I know how to figure that out. It's just that I don't have the kind of effort and energy and time to like hone that down. It's like a I mean, it's not a diminishing return. I mean, I haven't posted in a while, but it's okay because I have like 5 videos that are ongoing right now that I'm keep re-editing and keep rescripting to make it good. But we'll see. We'll see where it goes. Denimal says, gotcha. I just started learning video editing for work and it's so hard. Yeah. Video editing can be hard, but you know, once you get used to it, like keyframing and all that stuff, it's not that difficult. And there are like some technical stuff that is difficult. For me, I don't think I need anything more than cutting it into story. Like if that's the edit, I think that's the most important part of the editing. Effects and like visual effects and like graphics and informational presentation is important, but depending on what your content is. But for me, for my content, as you can probably tell, most of the work is piecing a narrative together in this like huge thing. Because every time I record, I just did a state machine tutorial, which I feel like I need to re-record. That was like 2-hour recording session, and trimming it down while, you know, showing everything, that's actually like you have to rewatch that 2-hour content several times, which is pretty difficult. Noxibo says you should definitely plug your own stuff way more. It only makes sense. The plugins, the Discord, whatever else you sell. If not your stream, where would you advertise it? Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Noxibo. Well, I was just saying that I just got a affiliate link for sponsorship for stream specifically. I have a separate sponsored videos coming up too, but that's like one-time payment. But Twitch stream stuff, I have sponsor link for like password manager thing program. So I'm gonna have to set that up and, you know, post all the links and shoot stuff. Okay. Mr. Protector says the thing is that I'm kind of live in busy environment. I can't physically have stable schedule. I have multilinguistic audience, so I can't stream with 2 languages at once. It's true. I get that. I mean, I would say probably prioritize one. Whatever you feel like you can vibe to. The schedule, consistent schedule, may or may not matter. I know in the beginning it matters a lot because people you do need to pick up habit watcher. Like for example, whenever I take a break from streaming, when I come back to streaming, I notice that it's not as big as it used to be. Like I've actually gone down because I took a huge break. I used to have more average, but you know, it's just kind of process if you're enjoying the process. Mr. Texture said, I thought of making monthly videos devlog. That's a great idea. That's lightweight. And of course, if you're just doing it as practice, then you can just do it. But if you need guidance in terms of like, hey, like I have this idea, or I wanna post a devlog on this thing, and here's a video, or here are the clips. Can you help me shape it into more like watchable? I can help with that. I think it's kind of fun. Could be a public exercise. Also, I learn from doing it as well. So, Denham says I would offer, but simply don't have the time. No, it's okay. I get it. Mr. Protector says it gives me more time for actually working for a game. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. I mean, at the end of the day, when you become a content creator / game developer, it's always the battle of like, I said this before. It's like it's the battle of, are you a content creator making games, or are you a game maker that's making content? And it's hard, especially because more immediate money or more immediate success comes from the content. It's hard not to be a content creator first, because being a content creator first and then building an audience helps you sell your game too. So I don't know. That's my strategy. Not everybody agrees, but here we are. Okay. So triangulation. So we're going to go into the triangulation. There are a few things here. We definitely need to... There are a few steps. There are steps for adding a point. So here, what are the things we need? We need... I'm gonna do a signal here, actually. We're gonna have signal next, which the client will call to move on. Yeah, signal next step. And then we're gonna have signal new point added. And then that could be a point. And then signal new triangle edit. And then that would be triangle. I guess that's the same thing as, well, drawing a triangle probably is different. Vector 2. Thanks for the follow, Darun. Noxiba says the problem is that being able to make a good game and being able to be entertaining enough to be a good content creator are two complete different skill sets that very rarely overlap. I would be absolutely horrendous as a content creator. I barely speak out loud at all. You know, there are strategies to focus on your strength to be still an effective content creator there. Because you could always just make a strongly scripted video. And some people thrive in that. I'm really bad at making strongly scripted video. Well, kind of. I don't know. I have my strategy. This is what the process of making strongly scripted video looks like. I look at the line or two, speak, freeze, look at the line again, and then speak, and then just cut that together, you know? So at least I don't have to memorize things. Mr. Protector says, I've seen one strategy for a nice advertisement. Oh, what is the nice strategy for advertisement? Okay, hold on. Bad triangles. Okay, so new triangle edit. It'll be like bad triangle detected. And then we'll give array of triangles. That one will be array of POI try. And then let's signal out edges removed, and that would be array of array, removed edges. Not sure if this is going to work out well. I have a feeling that there's going to be some issue, but we'll see. What else? So I want to show that the point has been added, bad triangle has been detected. Oh, signal circle drawn, and that will give us the circle. Okay, so we're gonna say circle. We're gonna draw the circle. We're gonna say bad triangle detected, so we're gonna do that. Edge removed, and then new edge added. I think signal new triangle added, and then we'll give triangles here. Potentially, we're going to spend a lot more time on creating a debugger than actually doing it, but I think this might be helpful later, potentially. Mr. Detector says, for example, Ghost Ship Games, developers of Deep Rock Galactics, are playing their own game on stream. Oh yeah, 100%. Like if I feel like if I get to that point, I would totally do that. And that actually gives you more viewer than actually doing this. What I do notice is that when I have a stream session where there are more like I'm playing my game more, like visual components are popped out more, definitely I get more click through. But yeah, it's okay, Dedimal. I'll read that just in a bit. I'll catch up here real quick. Noxibo says, I'll just make a good game. I don't need to get rich from it, so I can have it around for decades, like Dwarf Fortress, basically. Yeah, I mean, you know, goal is that we just want to make good stuff that other people can enjoy and that I feel proud of. Getting rich from it is part of it. And we only want to get rich from it so that we don't have to worry about all these other responsibilities while doing the things we love. I think the fantasy of being rich from what we make here is different. Like, two different concepts, right? I go, oh my gosh, I want to make money, so I'm going to make game because I think game can make good money and I have a great idea. That's different from, oh man, I want to make games. Oh, but I can't. I need to live my life somehow. I wish I could be rich from it so I can live my life without doing anything else. I mean, those are, I think, the same result, two different concept. Mr. Protector says also applies for Edmund Macmillan, who releases Mugenics gameplay videos. Before that, you need to be like 90 dev, 10 ads. Yeah. I mean, I'm still finding my balance. Content creation is interesting. Denimal says, I used to have extreme social anxiety, but then I had a job for 5 years that forced me to walk up to people and talk to them all day. Eventually, I no longer had the issue and can talk to anyone now without that feeling. I imagine if you have hard time talking to camera and being entertaining, make videos for a while. Nobody has to see them. Eventually, you see improvement. Yeah, no, I think that is, you know what, honestly, that probably helps a lot. You know what's funny? So I don't like writing script as much, but I do still write it. But for one of the more less structured videos, I still plan them. I plan them roughly. And then, I don't know if this is like too much information, but sometimes I just talk to myself as if I'm recording, like what I would talk about. And it rarely I say the same thing twice or some similar stuff, but something stick. So like I'll be showering and then I would start talking about, for example, State Machine, like, because I'm like, okay, well, there's plenty of State Machine tutorials out there, and I want to kind of point that out and see how it differentiates here, but I got to do it quickly. So what are some interesting speaking points to do that? And then I would just like talk, you know, kind of like improv by myself, and that kind of reduces anxiety and gives you a little bit of shape too, I think. Noxiba says, sorry all about all the destruction. I wish I could talk about what happens on stream, but that is impossible to follow along with. No, it's okay. I mean, that's why I speak out loud. Sometimes I don't mind just backing up and explaining if people are wondering what's going on. Mr. Detector says, Noxibo, well, I chase the same goal, but I still want for others to play, not only me and my close friends. Art is things to be shared around. Yeah, there's some interesting things that can be said about that. Noxibo says, yeah, for sure, but I should still have a couple decades to get the audience, they don't have to show up within the first month. Protector says, well, I mean, if you have the means, then go for it. All right, sorry, Ezra, I'll be in the background for a while. I need to do my own stuff. Yeah, no problem. I do enjoy the chats, so don't feel bad about it. Cooley says, me too. I went from complete introvert to having to talk to a lot of people for my job. Insane transition. Yeah, no, it's actually a practice. You know, anxiety happens from not knowing what's going to happen, I think. But if you have enough practice in that space that gives you anxiety, you finally realize, your body realizes that, oh, it's not that scary. Like I can predict what's going to happen. For the most part, you know what's going to happen. So then the anxiety is like a little bit muted, right? I think that's it. And, you know, social anxiety or like anxiety with friends and people judging you, that's also because probably less you confirm what people really feel about, the more anxious you will be, right? Because you are never learning what people are actually thinking about you out of anxiety. Catch 22 once again. But yeah, okay, we're going to come back here. I wanted to really add this thing. All right, super triangle here. So we're going to emit a lot of things here. Every time we emit something, I think I'm going to wait until the next signal happens for this one. This could potentially break everything, but it's okay. I'm okay with breaking my code for a little bit just so that I can fix it. It's like Bob Ross. Bob Ross? Yeah, Bob Ross painting. You know the whole like meme of like Bob Ross just puts in the middle of the painting some paint and everybody goes, ruin, ruin. And then like he draws it and then people go, saved, saved, right? Happy little accidents. Yes. So we're making happy little accidents in code. All right. I said clip that. Sometimes. I don't know. You know, whatever. Okay. Triangulation pushback. So we just created a super triangle here. So that one, I think we can say new triangle added. I wonder if the, well, we'll see. Okay. New triangle added, emit. We'll do the super triangle here. Okay, we emitted that. And once we do that, we await on next step. Potentially bad. Point. We're adding a new point here. So over here, we'll go new point added. Wait on the next step. And then that's going to be the point here, right? New point added is a single vector. And these are POI, so I think I still need to do position here like that. Cool. And then once we do that, if we detect bad triangles, we're going to say, hey, we detected bad triangles. So we'll say bad triangles detected. We'll draw the red triangles for these. Emit bad triangles. It's an array of POI triangle, right? Cool. And then await on next step. And then let's see. Of course, I think the whole awaiting thing can be guarded around like is debug on or off. So that can be done later. Next thing I think is circumcircle drawn. I guess that happens over here. When we're checking the Delaunay triangulation, we're going to do find circumcircle. Whenever we're drawing the circumcircle, we're going to emit that. The circle. Circle information goes out there. New triangle added will happen later. We'll say edge removed. Points here, edges, blah, blah, blah. This is where we're removing dedupe edges. Okay, so we'll say instead of that, we're gonna take the edge and save that. So we can go, hey, edges removed will be duplicate edge keys.values. Then we're going to await on next step. Daniel says no. Police says F. Devil says, oh, good, he's back. Wait, what happened? Did I lose signal? How long was I out? It seems like I was out for a bit. Apparently. 30 seconds. Wow, that's a long time. Well, good thing it didn't just like straight up break my stream. It seems like it continued fine. That's a first. First time having a disconnection and being able to return without any problem. I can confidently say I'm happier than I could be. Mr. Protector says for me it was like 15 seconds. I see. Well, here we are. I'm here. Don't worry. Nothing important is happening anyways. Okay. Where was I though? I omitted the circle that I was drawing. Okay, so new triangle added. This is the important part right here. The good triangles come through, and then we're pushing the new triangles here. So we'll just go new triangle edit, emit, new triangle. And then we'll just await next step. This one requires array of POI triangle. I think I'm just gonna do single triangle for that one. Hopefully that one. Yeah. Okay. I think. Wait, hold on. Could not find POI triangle. Oh, like that. Yeah. All right. So we have all the signals here now. Next thing on the tester, we want to call the here on ready func ready. We want to call the triangulation, right? So we'll say Delon triangulation new. And then that would be on ready. So we'll go var triangulation. And this one will be assigned to this. And on ready, we're going to launch that off to say triangulate. But this one requires points. So we're going to generate some random points within a space. So export var number of points. And then we'll probably put it within dimension. Let's see. We'll probably have to offset this. Okay. So we'll go var point dimension, which is kind of funny that we're doing it this way over here. I might as well actually use the actual logic for point generation that I did in the other place. So let's go over there. That is not just randomly putting the points down, but using my binary space partitioning logic to come up with it. Because that's how I'm doing it here anyways. Mr. Protector says, internet is against you, Ezra. I know, it's my space, honestly. Noxiba says, brain just went, he shouldn't be that quiet. I am unable to be quiet, especially on stream. I am a professional yapper, as you see. Mr. Protector says, I keep seeing your posts and announcement channel about your streams breaking from time to time. What? You're getting the notification later? Yusuf says, hello, Ezra. You're my idol now. Oh, hey. Hi, Yusuf. Welcome. You're my idol. You know, is that the, what do you call? the K-pop Demon Hunter reference. Or I'm Your Idol, is that what it's called, the song? Noxiba says, odd question, but do you also develop this outside of the stream? I can identify with your work speed on screen, but still worry I have too little overall progress. I mean, I do. Like for this one specifically, I was working on the triangulation last stream, but I didn't finish it. So I finished it up yesterday. But this project, I don't know. I want to do more off stream, but because I'm focused on like doing other content generation when I'm off stream, this one in particular, I try to keep most of my development on stream. So technically, if somebody's following along and copying everything I do, they have the copy of my game. But no, I do stuff on off stream. But also, I'm really used to just making features. Like sitting down and making features because I worked in the industry. Like I worked in the tech space as a software engineer for more than 10 years. So I kind of got trained into it. Yeah, sure. I hear you. It's got coroutine, so it needs to wait, blah, blah, blah. Fine. We're going to do this for now, but it doesn't matter. So the generation, randomize VSP leaves and select minimal amount, blah, blah, blah. So we will do that. We just need to replace the POI with the vectors instead. Do I do this? It's kind of annoying. Shuffle, POI list, and then we do this. Right, minimum POI count. POI info position, map container, we're adding the POI into the map. All right, I think I can copy this. Reason I'm copying and pasting this generation logic is because I want my test environment to copy as closely the real work that we're doing as possible. The SP generator is just simply going to be the SP generator here. And I think you can just go like this. And then the tester could have the BSP. Ooh. Oh, interesting. Oh, you can't drag and drop as easily when you have a pop-up window. That's kind of annoying. So we do this. We generate the BSP info. We have some dimensionality. Instead of POI generation, we'll do just vector generation. So here we leaves, blah, blah, blah. We shuffle it. Start candidate don't matter. Instead of POI, it's going to be vector of or array of vectors. So position points. And instead of instantiating this, we're just simply going to create a point, which would be a vector 2 of this. And then, or vector 2, I mean, I guess this is vector 2. I don't need to define it to be vector 2. And then we have a map offset here. Cool. Number of points are generated here. Point. So instead of doing this, we'll take number of points. And so number of points here. And then the point, instead of doing that, we put the point into point list. And then we're gonna use that as a triangulation here and then run triangulate immediately. The new takes array of POI. Ooh, okay. Well, I guess it seems like I do have to do the whole POI thing. A little annoying. Okay. POI list, push by POI display. Be this. But it doesn't matter. Mr. Protector. Wait, hold on. Noxibo says, Odd question, but do you also develop this? No, I already read that. Noxiba says, I guess it being my first project, I'm not familiar with how long making games takes at all. I mean, it really depends, doesn't it? Hi, Maxwell. Maxwell says, what's your professional game dev language? Java. I mean, that was my most used language in my day job before I started streaming. I mean, a lot of backend. I did Java backend for a long time. But at the same time, as you can imagine with like Amazon and Google, when I was there, Amazon less so. Google was pretty notorious for, when I was there, having their own language that's not widely used. But then I guess Golang is like pretty widely used now. But even there, when I was in computing space or cloud computing space in Google, the code was in Java and I was mostly on backend. The front end, I had some experience where I had to use like JavaScript, because when I hopped onto helping out with some of the front end development or like more like web-based, kind of like what do they call that? Like microservice, when that was a buzzword. Node.js was popular, so I had to use JavaScript language format with TypeScript. So I say that's something that I had professional experience in, mostly. Denwell says, I prefer to work for companies outside of big tech, ones like Facebook, Google, and Microsoft. They tend to lay people off for fun. They make like $10 less this quarter. Better lay off 50 people. You know, it's to them, it's people are assets. So if economy calls for, like, if there's an inflation of resources and then people, some other group were forced to lay off a bunch of people, that means, like, think about it as a market. The asset that are people, the supply is increasing. Meaning if you're holding on to people as asset, you're losing value. So what you want to do is you want to sell high, which is to drop them and then pick up at a lower price. So it's, even if you just refresh them, I think it's financially, like, this is like taking humanity out of it all altogether. But it makes sense if you treat people as resources and assets, where if somebody does a big layoff, you have to lay off in order to not lose market share. Because you can always decrease the price and pick back up, right? I think. I keep saying this like I know what I'm talking about. This is just a theory. Maxwell says, what do you think about devs without a degree? It's doable. I've seen a bunch of people do that. The hardest part about doing it without a degree nowadays is just competition of getting the interview. But once you figure out ways to get the interview, either by having some sort of professional experience or having a referral, then it's not as much of a problem, I think. Semikins says, hello, Ezra. Hey, Semikins. Welcome. Denwell says, I get that, but the smaller companies, I feel a lot more appreciated, so that's just what I prefer. No, I prefer that too. I mean, honestly, like, I'm fighting. It's just, if I want to do work that I don't care about anyways, might as well get paid a lot for it, is the argument for working for a big company. And that's what gets a lot of people to do that. And, you know, that's where I'm at in terms of like, okay, well, I said I'm never going to go back to big tech ever again. But then I also see kind of similar patterns if you're in this environment, if you're in the area of where big tech is, unfortunately, I mean, obviously there are exceptions. Small to medium companies still adapt those culture. I mean, they try to be a little bit different, but it's hard to avoid that culture, because what happens is that small and medium companies are transplants from big companies. They're either trying to get bought out, or there are people who used to work in those environments and has been indoctrinated in that mind of thinking. So they bring a lot of that culture too. So it's really tricky. And I don't want to do that, but we'll see. I'm not trying to say like everything is hopeless. I'm sure there are like gems in the rough. Then says, Maxwell, I make 6 figures with no degree. Everything is self-taught. I was able to work my way up to the developer job. I started as tech support, but it's doable. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. If you can get experience somehow and then work your way up, it's possible, because only thing that matters is the fact that you can prove yourself, prove to people through interview, which is not really a proof at all, but whatever. Once you get the interview, all you have to do is do the interview well. Your degree doesn't matter as much. But what helps is that you can do your interview better if you have some experience. Because by nature, interview asks questions about how you would solve a social project situation. Next one says, I'm currently an apprentice software dev, but I'm just worrying about will other companies want someone without a degree? Yeah, no, it's okay. If you already have a software developer job, then you just pay attention. You'll be fine. Then one says, if you can drop a little money on certs, it helps your resume. Yeah. I mean, it shows that you are doing something. Back to YouTube here. Man, I missed some chats here. I see. Mr. Protector says October 10. Oops, just crashed again. YouTube link. October 9th. Oops, just crashed. If you just yeah, it happens all the time. I hate it. Mr. Protector says, I think that's it. It's okay if it feels too little. I can say that with my game too. Usually overall polished games take years. Yes, it does. Mr. Protector says, Dev thing. Do you think Django is good enough for me to be hired by companies? I have no idea what that is, but I'm sure if you can explain it. It's really all about how you package that. Once you get the interview. Here's the thing. If people don't recognize it, like recruiters, then it'll be like during the filtering process, you're very likely to be filtered, right? Because if I'm a recruiter who's getting cut, who's getting the payment per how many successful recruitments I make, for example. I mean, it's not zero-sum game, but it ends up being like that, unfortunately. But if you think about that, the game theory of that, I want to not waste my time. I mean, I can do shotgun and just send it to everybody. But the thing is, every time I put somebody in a hiring cycle, I'm delaying the hiring cycle for other people because of the whole scheduling and stuff like that. So if that's limited, I want to make sure I put people into the hiring cycle who's very likely to be hired, who I think will be very likely to be hired. All right. So when I come to that conclusion, those people would go look at the resume. They're not going to think what personal experience and what potential you actually have. It's just probability for them. So that's what you focus on. That's why the experience helps. That's why schooling helps. That's why certs help. And that's also why referrals help. Because if you talk to someone individually and they say, okay, this person definitely knows, this is a good target, then you're like, oh, okay, that's like saving money for them. So Maxwell says, my company is completely on premise, though. I'll have no cloud experience. That's okay. I mean, it helps to have those like very specific experiences, but those are mostly recommendations. It would be nice. But if you can show that you are able to learn, like my go-to strategy on an interview when I'm interviewing for themes that I want to get into, but I don't have experience for, but I have other experiences, I usually cover it by showing the story of like, hey, like in my team, I was always the person to discover ways to do things. If there's nobody in the team that has experience on this particular field, I jumped ahead because I love finding solution to the unknown. I love discovering and looking into new things and making it my own. So I thrive in uncertainty, right? I mean, that's just kind of jargon for that. If you can show that case in reality, that'd be good. I'm getting to Yusuf. Mr. Protector says probably silly question, but still, what is it? Death thing. Do you think Django? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what Django is, but I answered that. Yusuf says, Ezra, I wanted to create content like you, but without your genius. Oh my gosh, buttering me up. On animating and coding dance movements in 2D engine of Godot. It will be my first short-term project. Oh, that sounds fun. Yay, look. I think the confidence is the key, and then also not overconfidence. I think the confidence with a little bit of humor and humbleness probably will land a lot. And the idea is if you know how to do something, likelihood is that you know more than some people, like a lot of people in general. And I do think that you do need to, before making the planning and scripting for it, just think about, just do this one exercise, please. Who is your audience? You gotta picture a person and their story. Like, where are they in their life? Are they young? Are they old? Are they middle-aged? Do they just come out of it? Is this their hobby? Or do they just like learning new things? Or they're bored? Like that kind of stuff. Like just think about that and then try to fulfill their needs when you're scripting it. So you don't have to go, all right, this might be helpful for new people, but then if you're experienced, this is probably not. Like you don't have to say all those things because you know who you're talking to. You don't have to worry about who gets your content. You know who's there. You know who your target audience is. And that helps you really format that cleaner. Noxibo says, people have been resources since my first PC game, Transport Tycoon. Yeah. Mr. Protector says, this world is cooked. I'm homeless. I'm sorry. Noxibo says, the last time I volunteered as the IT sysadmin was during the Corona, and they just dead outsourced my entire job without even telling me. Yeah, you know, people don't really respect you as employee. They do what they do to make the company more money and their investors. Protector says Django is Python backend framework. Yeah, you can say if you write it as Django the Python back or Python backend framework parentheses Django, because Python backend framework is more generally applicable than just saying word Django. Noxipo says, just saying that the tech is not the problem. It's always the humans that are the problem. Yeah, of course. Mr. Protector says, I also love exploring new. If I had infinite time, I'd love to learn machine learning, data science and stuff just for hobby matters. Yeah, learning is fun. And I think most people could agree, just to a certain degree. Demo says, I find that when you are applying for jobs and also being the person interviewing people for the job, is that the requirements of the job listing means almost nothing. Yes. Thanks for the follow, use Bruno. Or user, no, it's use Bruno. Yeah. If you can get close and also back up what you put into your resume, you will look better than most people apply. So many people just lie on resume. I don't even rely on resume. I just don't care straight up. The whole like, you know, the whole like requirement for this job, and then they list a bunch of stuff. And I've had so many people when I was first starting in the career that I had a lot of friends who had anxiety and not just applying because I was like, I don't have those qualifications. Like that kind of was a surprise to me. Like that's not like they don't go, oh, you don't have that, so therefore that. Like that's not your problem. If they put you on an interview cycle, even though you didn't put that in your resume, that's their problem, and it doesn't hurt to apply. And if you say, hey, you know what? I'm not afraid to learn these things. I don't have this, but I understand the concept of it. Then you have a point of conversation. It's not a mathematical formula, the interview and job process. It is a conversation. And essentially a deal making. So Maxwell says also another thing I don't understand is these listings that say we want 3 years of experience in Ruby, but if you did Python, you can't apply. It makes no sense. Yeah. No, people who are defining these job requirements and putting it down on the paper are not always the people who understand what they're looking for. So you got to keep that in mind. People who are interviewing you, for the most part, who will say yes or no, will be the people who knows what they're talking about. Unless you're going for a small company. And yeah, those requirements really doesn't matter. It's also the kind of like toxic corporate culture is like, how much are you willing to play the part of like corporate, you know, charade is the filtering process. If you see those requirements and go, oh, I can't, that shows you kind of like what you're willing to do to get what you want type of situation. Oh yeah. Newt says, it's HR people making these listings who says C# as C#. I love C#. Hashtag C. Hashtag C, y'all. Mr. Protector says, hold on, what's going on? Mr. Protector says, my bad. I'll take that in mind next time. Well, don't be apologetic. There's no apology needed, but appreciate your caution. Do you think it's okay that you don't have experience but you know stuff? Because it seems like a lot of people care only about job experience nowadays. Knowing stuff helps. When it comes to practicality of the job, experience, how should I put this? Like the stickiness of your knowledge and how convincing your knowledge is supported by the story of your experience. And that's also why people fake / practice their storytelling on interview. And in some sense, this is the same in like blogs and content making, right? What is the most popular format? What is the format that you like to watch, right? Honestly, like, you know, people like me talking about blah, 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 and like, this is A, B, or C. But that's less convincing than me coming to the screen being like, okay, well, I solved this problem 2 years ago when I was working on this project for a game, and I was really lost about how to find, you know, neighboring points. So I delved into it a little bit, and what I found was really interesting. Like, this is a storytelling, right? That makes it feel like, oh, well, this person actually experienced the ups and downs of this and have more to offer, and like more hands-on, like convincing experience than being like, yeah, no, I know. I've never done it, but I know by the book. I even you know what I mean? So it's just kind of the bias of the people. Unfortunately, you have to do that. Let's see. A lot of good conversations happening here. Cooley Draw says, or think JavaScript and Java are related. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's definitely bad naming, though. They really should have called it JavaScript. Like, I don't know why. I mean, it wasn't even in relation to Java itself, right? When they named it. Anyways, Maxwell says, my last question for you is, what do you think about AI? Is the industry cooked, or is this a new era? I think about it as when World Wide Web first came out. I guess that might be an old reference. My ongoing idea and opinion on AI in computing space, like as a job threat, is not that big. The realization, once again, the people who are making decisions based on the profit of the AI are not the people who know how to code. Like, they're not actually developing softwares themselves. When they go, the people who are making decisions and marketing statements being like, okay, AI is the next wave and then all the jobs are cooked, they're not the people who are actually on the ground making these works. And I know those people. I know both people in big industry who is leading these spaces. Like, I have a high level PM friend who's in the AI space in Meta. I have a UX designer who is closely related to AI chat gen in Google. I have Amazon friends who are being forced to use AI for code review. Anyway, and their conversation and talking point is always the same. They think something's going to fail because from their use cases, from their experience, it's not very reliable. It doesn't do a job. It's more of a liability. But then they see an increased push of it, and some of the younger generations are actually relying heavily on it, where it's starting to become concerning. There are actually like some obvious things happening. So the whole conversation and then the news that are going about like AI is a bubble is kind of true. Like, it's good. It's a great tool, but the money that's in it is not justifiable. Not only because of actually what it does, but also because what it can return for the investors. Investors go, AI, well, this is going to be beneficial. For what purpose? Did they think about how it can make money? They just thought that it's a great new technology and they invest on it and ride a wave. And then the companies are forced to like hype it up continuously. This is all technology hype cycle. And then when the time comes that they have to make money off of it, just look at ChatGPT. ChatGPT is one of the leading, they have the most customer in terms of their like paid customer and non-paid customer. They're losing money in scales that is absolutely ridiculous. And any normal investors would see that and go, oh, maybe not. And they have to make profit somehow. How? Only way they can do it is by selling their product to other big businesses, by making big trades. But the thing is, it's like Ouroboros, right? you know, ChatGPT or OpenAI would be like, okay, well, NVIDIA is going to take our stuff. So we made a deal. NVIDIA goes, oh, we are making AI stuff. And then the Microsoft will be like, oh, we're using these chips by NVIDIA. And then OpenAI goes, oh, we're taking money from Microsoft. Like what? It's just, I don't know. Something has to fail. It's on a shaky ground. So that's my opinion. Clip that. All right. Denim says exactly haha. They get a general description of the job from the team who needs it, and then they look up industry standards and make a BS job listing. Job listings means nothing. Apply to everything. Yeah, exactly. Especially now. Can you imagine? Just think about this. What do you think now that the generative chat AI is a thing? How many job listings do you think is generated by AI? Especially when these things are written by some recruiters who's just shotgunning. They take the requirements. Somebody says, here are the requirements. I feel like this is a high opportunity for people to try and use AI to make these things, right? Yeah, so I think you really shouldn't pay attention. You just go job title, job description, and you go, okay, can I do this or not? And just make a call for it. Nobody's reading it. They're not even reading your resume. They're probably sending it through AI to be like, is this person hireable? It doesn't matter until you meet the person face to face. Until you meet the person face to face to interview, it doesn't really matter. Apply to everything. Cooley says they just wanted chaos. Yeah, exactly. Denville says, I mean, we thought tech jobs were cooked when everything went overseas. My recommendation is to teach yourself how to use AI and develop with AI. Love S-Stream, 10% dev, 15% berry, 70% derailment. 95% derailment. Are you saying 95% derailment, or are you saying 95% is written by AI, the job description? Hey, Void. Okay, I'm going to come back to YouTube chat here. So we just read the, is it okay you don't have experience? Yes, I think so. It's just, you just think about it critically. Do not worry. Just think about it critically. Mr. Protector says, and how do you get it when you're just student who just graduated? High opportunity for students, internship, and program through schools. Most schools have program to get you connected with companies. And under the premise of you being a high potential student, they can cheaply convert into a role, right? Because if you got hired as an intern, you do price anchoring. As someone who's never been paid, and this is your first company, if somebody goes, oh, I'm gonna pay you $5,000 a month. Oh my gosh, this is great. I mean, I'm speaking from the scale of when I first started working, which was like 13 years ago. And then they go, okay, if you return, we're going to give you a raise. And it can be like 100% raise, but still be cheaper than if I were to hire someone fresh off the market. Right? So you are desirable as a student, actually, to a lot of companies. Really flexible and influenceable. And then, potential is high. More so than person who's been working like me 10 years in the industry and have a very biased opinion. And, there's something to that degree, though. I don't know, people might be like mistaken right now. Like some managerial staffs might be confused about how valuable the new people are based on the AI right now, but I think that will get corrected. We'll see. This is all speculation, but that's my opinion. Mr. Protector says we're a family here. Are we? I think we are. Mr. Protector says, so get to your job on Sunday because your colleague is sick. Huh? What are we talking about? I guess I miss a lot, huh? Excuse me. Naxiba says, I'm so gonna put C# on my resume now to see if my interviewer calls it out. Oh, I know C#. Mr. Protector said that comment was about toxic corporate environment, by the way. I see. I use AI only for a learning purpose, so I go like, can you explain this? What function is? Something like that. Yeah, I think I get that. I mean, it's glorified Wikipedia for me. And then I still verify the information. 50%. Yeah, at least 50% is written by AI, probably. Oh, you have no idea. Noxibo says, I read yesterday that apparently over 50% of the entire internet now is AI generated, so the end time is nigh. Yeah, that's called a dead internet theory, where everything on the internet, the interactions and social interactions and everything is now fake and botted. And oh yeah, Mr. Protector says dead internet theory is becoming more real. Exactly. Noxibo says, experienced enough. He's almost caught up. Quick, let's talk more. No way. Okay, great. 95% written by AI, says Void. Indeed, I say, as it's almost a year since I got a job. Okay, I'm going to ignore that. Protector is now talking to Noxibo about breakfast. I don't have to read that out loud, right? Okay, well, that was good. That was a good chat session. And that was at least an hour of chat session, I think. All right, well, let's get back to this. I'm trying to debug my triangulation, which is really fun. So we're turning this back. We're going to say this is POI. So we say POI scene. And then we're going to instantiate that. And then we're going to say POI display position will equal to this. Then blah, blah, blah. We don't have to add it to the map container. We just put it on the POI list. And this is not a variable. We might have to get the POI here. POI scene. Okay. So generation happens. We shuffle. And then on ready, we are creating a list. And then we're going to pass the list for triangulation. And then we're going to triangulate. And triangulation runs. And now we're going to listen for a bunch of signals, right? So we have a draw logic already. And then the next logic. And we're just simply going to go, hey, on next signal, we're gonna not draw, next step emit, and it'll continue. Cool. So on spacebar, we're gonna continue, and then we got to connect all the signals here. The signals that requires connection now is I think I got too excited talking today because I can tell my voice is struggling. It's okay. Create all these functions for each signal. I mean, you know, the interesting thing about this exercise of making a debugger for this one particular problem feels like waste of time, but it's not. Conic says, today. No, we got to probably update that. We're working on our triangulation logic for our space map. And I am currently debugging the small part that doesn't seem quite obviously broken. I'll show you, Conic. So for those of you who's joined me while I was chatting, oh, that's right. Oh, it's awaiting. Hold on. Let me go back to the Delane triangulation logic. We'll save export var is debug, which is by default false. It's ref counted, so it can't have that. And basically, whenever we do next step. We'll say if is debug, then we await, basically. I'll just find all these and replace this. So we don't have to wait on anything for all of them at least. Okay, cool. I think that should do it. For Delaunay's tester, I'm making it is debug true. Okay, cool. So here. So we have this, we generate, boom. Look at the triangulation, beautiful, right? I mean, when it works, it looks great. We're making space maps. I mean, you could argue that it's constellation. For the most part, it seems to work at a low count. I think when we increase the number of points, it starts to become a problem. But I like it. It looks great. And the next step is to reduce it and make a minimal spanning tree, then add some edges back to make a cycle. But before that, I noticed that some of the triangles are broken. When I say broken, I mean it's like it's not accurate. So right now it seems like it's working pretty consistently. But if I go over here and then I think if I make 20, for example, I think this is when things start to get little... Okay, this is still working. Wait, is it just working? Perhaps I don't need a debugger because I noticed that something was broken. That's why I was trying to make the debugging. This seems like it's working. Yeah. Okay, well, dang. Huh. Huh. Perhaps I don't need a debugger. I'm gonna have to make a debugger anyways for my tutorial video because it's more effective to show the process one step at a time. But I don't have to waste that time doing it right now. I think this is just working, guys. Huh. I thought it was broken. Oh. Hold on. I saw it. Well, not really sure why this happens. Sometimes you get these like points that are just like not connected. And it's always like one point that's not connected. This one's a little weird. It's connecting to this. Well. Okay. Whoa, this is so cool. I like this one. Anyways, I guess it's working, guys. Denimal says I like it. Thanks. Let's see. Mr. Protector says, to be fair, I love to have something like just chatting streams or like hanging out in voice channels because I feel bad distracting Ezra for like 20 minutes. No, it's okay. I'm here for that. That's the content. Well, I don't know. Is that the content? Maybe. I do know that some people are like, oh, this guy is just chatting. I'm looking for some development. I mean, I am doing development and we're talking about career. It's not like we're just chatting about random stuff. It's all on theme. Noxibo says, if you want some time Godot related talk about, I'm sort of worried about how to do proper credits, like an end screen. You're already thinking about credits? Mr. Protector says, chat intensity is good for the channel visibility. The more we distract him, the more viewers he gets to distract him with. It's a righteous cycle. And this is where I will announce my partnership. Use the affiliated link to give me money. I get 50%. I don't know if I'm allowed to share that or not. Like the shorter deal. Oh, you get 50% off. I read that wrong. You get 50% off on your deal, I suppose. I should probably do that sometime. I wanted to do it before. I wanted to get the banner up and then the chatbot up to share the link and stuff, but I don't have that. It's password management system, as I said before. I'll do that later. I don't want to sell out just yet. Today's the last day before I sell out, everyone. Give me money. All right. This text says, so tomorrow, I suppose, dang, Space Mountains, Space Mountains. Oh, yes. These are Space Mountains. Wait, hold on. What the heck? I feel like something lagged. Mr. Protector says, Lama, imagine Ezra spending like several hours for debugging feature that is working just fine. Hey, sometimes it's never wrong to be over-prepared. Okay, this one is completely wrong, but it's okay. You know what? I'm just going to go to the next step for now, which is to create a minimum spending tree. It's not bad. Noxibo says, you made a potato generator. Wow, big potato. I mean, technically, this is the same logic that would be used to create like area subsectioning, like triangulation of plane, right? So these vertices, instead of using these vertices and in a random spot, if you use it to, let's say you have a map, tile map, and then you have some areas that are not accessible, right? So if you make those corners of the non-accessible points as a polygon or the vertices, and then you make a mesh with this triangulation logic, which will give you these like sections, right? So then your pathfinding logic will go from plane to plane as opposed to going from position to position. So, I mean, it's useful for something, I think. Zuzu says, I love destructing as. Of course, everybody loves that. And this is the content. Nobody's here for my coding. They just like to ask me questions. Yusuf says, Ezra, do you know how the compositor... What? Oh, wait, hold on. Ezra, do you know the compositor, Franz Gordon? Do I know... Composer. Oh, do I know the composer, Franz Gordon? I'm guessing related. Obnubulate by him. I don't know what that means. Listen, unseletza vasa. Vasa? Valsa? Valse? Unseletza. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to listen to it. I might mute myself real quick. Because I don't want to get flagged, everyone. Ooh, classic. Yeah, I don't think I have rights to this. It's good. All right. That's pretty cool. Did you say your friend? Related? I don't know what that word you were trying to say is. But I've never heard of it. Mr. Protector says AI. Is it AI? Voice says, I'm a mobile, can't read code. Oh, it's okay. Here. This is for Void. Here you go, everyone. Can you see my code now? Oh, no, I mean below. Short clips made with this piece. Oh, I did see the ballerina cappuccino or whatever. Oh, what the heck? Oh, there's some error. I'm going to fix this one. It says reset condition. So it's breaking when it's trying to remove itself. Oh, I guess it doesn't have a child somehow. I guess. Hopefully that'll get rid of the debugging or get rid of the error message for now. Oh, what's going on here? Okay, well, whatever. Not my problem. 800 number. Oh, you know what? That was the bug. That was the bug. Okay, so my issue was that every now and then, yeah, you get this random dots here. I think that's because some of the dots that was in the previous map is not being removed, like this one. I think. No? Am I crazy in thinking that? Yeah, I don't know. Potentially, I think so. Mr. Protector says, bro is Gen Alpha now. I'm not a bro, I'm an unk. Okay, so that one... See, it's still happening. I'm not really sure what this is. I should probably read the message here. It says, condition the child data.parent does not equal this is true. Oh, you know what? I'm so silly. Wait, hold on. That's... I was removing it from the parent when the objects are actually under map container. That was a problem. So I don't know how it was actually removing. Oh, because I was freeing it. I was freeing it. Okay. Okay, still happening, but no error message. I mean, it happens every now and then. I don't know what this is. I think this might be just side effect of the triangulation. Maybe it was attached to the super triangle. It's okay. We'll deal with it. Protector says, all right, I'm gonna go for some sleep now. It was very good stream, y'all. Thanks for chatting, Ezra. Yeah, no problem, Mr. Protector. I'll see you later. Mikori says, ooh, I see lines. Yeah, we have the triangulation logic, Mikori. This is the auto-generated triangulation. So the next step now is making minimal spanning tree. Should be simple. So we come over here. I'll make it 217%. Big screen. Big code, everyone. Big code. Okay. So we have the lines, right? We have all the potential connection lines. Next thing we need to do is make a minimum spanning tree. And that is by just choosing, starting from a random node. I mean, there's two ways to do it. I can take all the edges and sort it by their length and choose the shortest to highest. And every time I choose an edge, if it contains a pair of nodes that has already been included, do not include it into the map. So that's one way to do minimum spanning tree. Another way to do it is doing the breadth first search method, which is start from a node and then you expand and choosing this smallest edge that are available for next. Speed. Execution speed wise, the worst case scenario for the edge sorting method, on average, I think that's still number of edges, which is n squared, potentially, or more than that. I mean, m is the number of edges, so it could be m. There will be more edges than nodes, so I guess I'll do the node approach. Noxibo says, all right, I have reached the point where I just chmod 777 and see if that works, and tomorrow I'll go fix the 777. Yeah, that can't go wrong. Everybody has access, read-write access to this file. That's how I manage my server. Let's see. That container. Sudo chmod 777. Everything. Okay. So we're going to go through, hold on. Before I do that, there is an issue, which is my lines that I create as a result of triangulate is map line, and map lines include POI as a result. And problem with that is I've been representing, like the POI is passed in, but I've been representing each of the points as a vector, like the position vector, as opposed to actual POI. So I could make it, there are two ways I think I could go about it. I can make a mapping, like a dictionary mapping of var position to POI, so I can assign them later, or not dictionary, like a vector 2, yeah, vector 2 to POI, and then on init I can make that mapping, because we're not modifying actually any of the we're not actually modifying the points position. We're just referring to it. So I think we can actually do this. And later, when we're instantiating the POI, which we don't want to do it anymore, basically. Come over here, when we're instantiating, instead of instantiating, we're going to go position to POI mapping. We're going to get a value called, was it edge 0? And then we grab a value for that as well. This can't possibly go wrong, I think. Yeah, I think this should be okay. I don't know why it's breaking. It says position to POI not declared. Is it not? It is. It's right here on top, global. Oh. Misspelling is my main job, I think. All right, first of all, does it work? It still works. Great. Up. Beautiful. An error message is kept checked. We're going to come to here, space map tester, space map. We said for each of these lines, now we're going to run a minimum spanning tree. So we'll hit create minimum spanning tree. So we'll have var unused lines, which will be array of map line. I want to keep the unused line because I want to use that to reconnect some of the rediscovered lines later. And then minimum lines, which I don't think we have to keep track of it, but I'm going to anyways for now. So we'll go boop, 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 unused line, minimum lines, and we're going to go through all the lines in the map over here. And this one I think we can skip, but we'll see. And basically, I mean, sorting method seems pretty easy. You go through all the lines, go from the shortest length to the highest length, and then don't pick it if it already connects. Logically, that seems pretty simple. Vike, thanks for the follow on Twitch. Welcome. Okay, so I think that's what I'm going to do. Honestly, the graph navigation gets old for me, especially when there's more than one child per connection. So I'm going to go sort custom, and I'll create a function for that where it takes, this is a map line, right? Map line. And I do believe the sort custom requires true to mean. Function is called the function should return true if the first element is before, meaning less, right? So true if A needs to be before, false if B needs to be before. So we'll come over here, and then the comparison is simple. We just go, hey, A needs to be before if A dot b distance to, or b dot position distance to a. Ooh, okay, this is a little bit too much. A dot line, A line, and B line. There's too many A's and B's. You go, hey, A line's A point of interest point position, their distance to A line's B position, meaning it's the length of the line. I mean, I guess technically I could just come up with the length here. Let's come up with function length, which will be a float, and then I have it return basically a position distance to B position, and just return that, I think. Length. Why doesn't it like this? Expected end statement after. Oh, this. There you go. So we'll, instead of calling all of this, we'll just go, hey, if A line length is less than B line length, then it requires it to be before. So we're sorting this. This is potentially n log n. I don't know. Hopefully they're using efficient algorithm for them. Noxivo says still doesn't work. I give up. CHMod777 didn't work. Wow, it's time to format the computer, no? Who cares? YouTube says howdy howdy. Hello, welcome. All right. Well, welcome here, everyone, friends and family. All right. So we sorted it. Now we have a sorted list of edges, and we're going to go through the edge in order. So we're going to go from the lowest, and we'll say basically var visited POI will be a dictionary of POI to Boolean, I guess, for now. And say, hey, if the line.a, if visited POI has line.a and visited POI has line.b, will that work? If the line has both. If it has only one, it's okay. Okay, yeah, and I think it works. Then we skip it. Otherwise, we're going to include that POI, and then we're going to include that into our minimum lines. Push back line. Right. Another requirement for this one, we're going to say, hey, this one is actually unused lines. I'm using a lot of space, memory space, in order to keep track with these things, so I might have to trim it down a little bit, but and also I'm going to make it invisible. I'm just going to turn it off and see what happens here. Hopefully, something nice. Who cares? YouTube says, I made a pretty cool command based on another streamer I watched that plays games. It's a stinky command that tells users how stinky they are. Okay. You can also throw poop at users to increase the stankiness. Stankiness are permanent. However, you can redeem channel points or reduce. That sounds fun, actually. I like that. Okay. Great. Almost. Whoa. It's a completely different game now. It's just making constellations. Obviously, I think I know what's going on here. Okay, I thought this would work, but obviously so for example, this connection is like, oh, this is already connected. So blah, blah, blah. What am I missing here? No, it's because I was like, hey, because for example, this one is already visited and this one is already visited. So why would you connect that, right? So this, like, the result makes sense. It kind of looks like constellation now. Hey guys, I made a constellation generator. Wow. If you want star constellation, I have a code for that. It really does look like constellation. It's kind of funny. Noxipo says Dyson Sphere project. Here we come. Yeah, exactly. Okay, let me think about this. I thought that minimum spending tree can be made that way, but I guess that makes sense. It wouldn't. Do I have to keep track of the grouping? Like, if the line connects group A and group B. That's not simple. Okay, so the idea is whenever you make a connection between 2 points, those points belong to a group, right? So you keep track of which group they are in. And then whenever you make a new line, you got to see, are these points in a separate group? Then allow it. Instead of, are these points already visited? It's like, are these points in 2 separate groups? That logic sounds ugly. That sounds like really annoying to implement. And too many hashing in my head, at least. So we're going to redo this. I will have to make it into a graph search instead. I was hoping that it was going to be simple, but alas, this is where we're at. So we're just going to now do this again. Get rid of it, and we'll say var visited nodes will be dictionary of POI to Boolean. And then we're going to go through, but then the map lines. Map lines. Oh my gosh, it's ugly either way. This becomes ugly because the lines are not, the lines do not belong to the POI. POI is itself, line contains POI information. You know what? I'm going to have to do that all the way. I'm going to do the grouping thing. Instead of traversing thing. So instead of keeping track with a visited POI, we got to keep track with group number. So this will be integer. It'll be POI to group. McCoy says, type to refactor. No, I mean, I could. Conceptually, that would be easier, but no, I'm not going to do that. So what we're going to do is POI belongs to a group. So we say, hey, if POI... So we're checking a POI. So we say, hey, if the POI to group and get... I guess the group that the A belongs to or B belongs to, and neither, if the neither of them belongs to a group, then we need to create a new group, right? So like var group count. Oh, this is gonna get a little bit tricky, but I think this makes sense. So basically we go, hey, like POI to group, get the POII, and then we're gonna get the group of the B point, right? And basically, if they're group, so we'll just go like, if it doesn't exist, we're gonna use have it belong to create a new group. Yes. Yes. Like so. Var A group. Var B group. This will make sense. It's just picking the lesser of the evil, I think. Why is it visited POI? Huh? Visited POI. Oh, yeah. I gotta get rid of that. I'm gonna get to that. I want to know why this is erroring out. It says the variable type is being inferred from oh, okay. It doesn't know what the value is. Whoops. Okay. And basically, if A group equal, I mean, easier way to do this is like A group, B group has group count, then we want to increment the group count. Meaning if we just used up a new group, then we're going to increment it. Noxybo says, oh my god, reboot the application, it just works. I want another table to flip. I mean, that sounds like a typical development experience, I think. All right, so we're incrementing the group. Okay, so we found a line, we looked at the nodes and saw that they don't belong to any group, or if they do belong to a group, they're going to be different. So we say, hey, if a group, oh my god, this is so ugly. Oh my gosh. Because what happens if the because this refactor so it isn't ugly. Fine, I'll do it. I mean, in some ways it's kind of elegant. It's elegant because I don't have to redo everything. I guess I'll have to. I mean, aren't you curious how this solution works out? Polymetron says not new, Twitch crap. Oh, I see. Well, thanks for the refollow. Noxybo says, oh my god, reboot the... No, I saw that. All right. Fine. I'll do that. So instead, when we are creating the line, I mean, this is going to be a cyclic dependency, which has its own problem, but we'll do it. So we'll go over here. We still want to create a minimum spanning tree. Only thing is now we're going to include dependencies like the child. So over here, var is going to have what do you call connections, which will be array of map lines, right? I mean, technically it's more like array of POIs, like what it's connected to, but we'll see. We'll see if it works. And then whenever we're adding a new line, so for the map lines over here, we're triangulating it, and then we grab the connections. So new triangle. We did the POI mapping position to POI here and created a new map. A new line has been created. So we're going to say, hey, like map line A connections. We're going to push this line, and then map line B connections. We're going to push back this line as well. So now each point has also information about the lines. Do I like this? I don't know. In terms of like dependency cycle, this is kind of not nice, but it simplifies some of the answers. So we'll deal with that. We're adding the lines. There's nothing else to be done. So we're going to now go through random node. So we'll say points var, I guess point Q. And that's going to be an array for now. Will stack be okay? Stack is for breadth first. Point Q is for depth first. Do I want breadth first or depth? No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So I would say instead of looking at the points, we're looking at the edges, and edges need to be priority queue. So we need to bring out our priority queue. Priority. Oh gosh, where's our priority queue? We're going to bring our priority queue, which is in one of our projects, which I don't remember. Oh, that's why I didn't want to do this way. Because priority queue is potentially n log n. I don't know. Grouping method is faster. Yeah, it is faster. Less cyclic. You know what? I'm going to do grouping method. I'm sorry. I don't like this. I don't like this. I like the grouping method. Or I like the grouping method because it feels more elegant and it's actually faster, I think. Because priority queue, whenever you insert a new edge, it's going to have to resort those things versus sorting the edges once and then just messing with the mapping feels gentler, I think. I mean, this is part of the process for me. I know I changed my mind a lot. How often? I don't know. This is like I went back and forth like 3 times so far for this one particular problem, I think. Would you say that's bad? Not as bad as it could be, I think. I just need the POI here real quick. Get rid of the connections. And then go back to triangulate. It's hard to realize where in the code I am with this like huge font. It's really hard to keep track. But here we are. Neverpink says, what are you working on currently? The system. We're working on a space map system. So we have been working on the combat for the game, and now we're working on the roguelike map that you're familiar with in like Slay Spire or FTL, where there are like points, interest points, and then they're connected and generating that. And specifically right now, we're creating the graph map. And we just finished doing the whole neighbor detection in order to create the complex webbing. And now I'm making a minimum spanning tree from it to reduce the connection. And then we're going to add back some connections again. I gotta just make sure. And the implementation is what we're working with here. So hold on. Without this, if I were to show it, currently it looks something like this, where if I generate, it generates some points that are nicely distributed and makes some neighboring connections to create these like star map. And so now I'm making it so that only some of these are connected, which is nice. This looks nice, right? I like it. But yeah. So anyways, grouping. Reason I was like, is because I need to know which group belongs to what. And then if the group starts to become merged, I gotta somehow denote that, I think. So I think the things will belong to a group. And then we assign a new group if we assign a group if the point already doesn't belong to a group. And if the group A is different from B group, then we allow for connection, meaning this can be a minimum line. If 2 points of the edge belongs to a different groups, include in minimum spanning tree. Who Cares YouTube says, have you made a game for Halloween? Not specifically Halloween. No, I'm busy making my game in general. That's already plenty of work. Yes. Hold on. Let me think about this real quick. Whenever we add a node that doesn't belong to a group, we assign it a new group. And then if we do that, we increment this. If both wasn't included, they're going to have the same group number. So we're going to have to do some separate logic here. Basically, I think in order for it to have less number of steps, I think instead of using the getter, we have to do has. So we'll say, hey, if the POI group includes the line, or if POI to group doesn't have line B, we create line A and give it to the group count, and group count increments by 1. And then do the same thing for B line. And then we're going to get these two. We're already incrementing it, so we don't need this check. If these two don't belong to the same group, then we're going to grab it. And then we gotta make some mapping saying that these groups are connected. True. All right, I'll go get water. Thanks, Noxibo. All right, got some water here. Very folk booster pack. Let's see who else is lurking. We got watermelon. Watermelon's always lurking. Force spawned onto the field. Yeah, I already answered everyone, right? Good. Okay. Okay, so the next logic is like, okay, when we are connecting the two groups, I can't go through every nodes in that group and try to assign it. I think what we need to do is just create a mapping for group number and then what they belong to. So essentially, one of them have to consume the other, I think. So we would say like, this looks ugly, but it's not. It's actually very elegant, I think. So we'll have group to parent, meaning parenting group. So we have a int representing what it is, and an int representing what it visually represents itself as, and what it actually is, parent group. So we would always say, hey, when we're connecting the two groups that don't belong to each other, we just simply go, all right, well, we're going to say the A group is actually, A group actually equals to the value of the B group. To parent will be B group's value. Get B group, like so. And then if B group doesn't have a value, I suppose, I guess we should do that here, huh? So we say group to parent, group count equals itself. For both of those cases, it's going to be itself as a value. So we come through and say, hey, they are different. They belong to two different groups. So that means, I guess when we're checking the group, we actually have to get the parent and say, hey, check your parent. Are your parents the same? I think that's the main question. I think. So B group belongs to some parent, A group belongs to something. And I say, okay, well, they belong to two separate parenting group. Then we're going to assign the value of the parenting group of one of them to the parenting group of the another. And that's what we're comparing. And then we're going to include that. If that is not the case, meaning they're already connected and this edge is introduced, this line will become invisible. Okay. Right? I mean, this isn't too crazy to understand. I'm pretty sure everybody's following along. It's not like I'm just jabbering too quickly and is ambiguous. I think we understand very clearly. Boom. Sick. Let's see it. Let's see the result. We know what that means. Boom. Oh yeah. It's broken. It's okay. Saying that the something is null. Oh, the get value is null. Why? I mean, I already... Oh, whoops. That would explain. Copied and pasted it wrong. It's okay. Those are minor bugs. Still saying it's nil. Okay. Line A. Oh, whoops. I flipped the value here. Okay, see? We're spotting bugs one at a time. This is the process. This is a process. Boom. Okay. No. It didn't work. It generated and it didn't really reduce anything. Unfortunately. I wonder if it ever gets to down here. Doesn't seem like it. Oh, it does. Hello? So it does get down here. You know what? I'm going to do a different thing here. Instead of just making it invisible, let's make modulate to be red. Let's see what that does. Because clearly we got one that got removed. That seems pretty bad. Something is getting here. Oh, actually, that's not one. All right, hold on. It's hard to see because my monitor is dusty and then there's a lot of light going on. And also kind of red colorblind. You know what? I should probably do blue instead. Hindsight. All right, there you go. Boom. Okay, some things are being removed. Let's see. We sorted. Did we sort it? Yes, we did sort. We sorted. Come here. This, we sort it by the length. We go from the shortest. We go each by each. As we're adding the edges. Let's see. I want to see. Oh, wait. Timer. Create. Get tree. Timer. 1 second. Time out. Let's see. Let's see a run. 1 second at a time. You know what? Everything should be invisible, first of all. And make all of this invisible first. So we can see what lines are being tested first. Oh, whoops. Line not visible. Okay. Oh, this one broken. This one's broken. I suppose. Hold on. So they clearly were in the same group. Line A would be in group. and its parent will be itself. And we get their group number. Then we compare their parent group. If their parent group is not the same, we add them, right? Noxybus says, here's a fun question. Have you ever found a bad Godot tutorial? So far, everything they shove in my face seems decently competent, but there has to be some out there, right? I think some of my tutorials are pretty bad. Recognizably so. Because sometimes, it's hard to have a complete information. Like I do based on my experience and I teach what I can with my experience. But some of them are bad just because it just explains it badly. But teaching in concept, I don't know. It really depends on the audience, I think. I like wrong information. I don't know. I think we're getting there, though. Right now, it doesn't seem like there's any because mostly people publish what they know. But I think soon enough, there might be one. If people are truly relying on AI to come up with scripts. But we'll see. So far, I haven't really run into just straight up, like, don't watch this because it's wrong information. Like people do put in like caveats of like, oh, there might be other way to do this or blah, blah, blah. It's like just a way to do it. I mean, I consider that kind of bad if it doesn't cover the potential like reason and why. And then some alternatives. I personally don't like all those like the 10 minutes to make platformer type of like tutorial because it obfuscates so much information where the tutorial is to make a tutorial. Like, I know this wasn't the question, but specifically, I don't like these tutorials where the code and the structure is not relevant to an actual project. Like it's like a tutorial or code and application made for the tutorial as opposed to it being actually useful. I mean, I kind of do that, but then like my caveat is that I show the process to see like, here is how I would do it if this is the goal. And I talk about everything underlying. But think about the whole like, oh, here's a state machine, how you can make state machine tutorials. When I see them, it's like, oh, okay. Like that's one way to do it. But like, it doesn't really tell me how I would implement it in my own project type of thing. Noxiba says the worst, in quote, I found so far was the stuff that only talks with maybe Blackboard and doesn't even show the Godot editor once for the entire video. But I still haven't found one that is outright wrong. Yeah, no, I think you're probably right. I think most people are discerning enough to not post it if they actually have wrong information. I want to say. Not guaranteed, but hello? Okay. Oh, whoops, I put the code in the wrong side. All right, let's see. So what has been added here? We got group to parent. We got 0 to 1, 1 to 1, 2 to 3, 3 to 3, 4 to 5, 5 to 5, 6 to 7, 7 to 7, 8. So some connection, some grouping is happening here. We're comparing between group 4 and group 8. Group 4 belongs to 5. Group 8 belongs to 8. Here we're making it so that group 4 will now be 8. And 8 is 8. Oh, I see. So 4 belong to 5. Yeah, I need to... Okay. I'm trying to see if there's a better way to do it. Because the logic needs to be, if I get the parental grouping and the parental grouping is not itself, then I have to climb that tree until we find the true parent and then assign that value. Finding the true parent is a little bit tough because that could be a very long process per check. So I'm trying to see if there's a way to make it fairly quick. Group mapping. Group parents to another group. And that group has... But everything that belongs to that group. Okay. I mean, if I treat it as an array of grouping, that might work. Hold on. Hello. Okay, so climbing the group tree. Oh, man. Let's think. I just need to be able to identify that the group belongs to a certain parent. I suppose whenever we're assigning it, whenever we're doing this, we just got to make sure we're assigning it to the parent. I think. Oh, that's really bad. You know what? I'm gonna do it anyways. Okay. So we'll find a true parent here. So group A will say var A root group will equal to, right now it starts from yeah, whatever. Will equal to A group here. And then B root group will equal to B group. All right, everyone, judge me all you want. I have priorities. We do this. And then we'll assign A group to B's root group so that it's faster every time. The root group is while A root group does not equal to POI group get the root group. We're going to assign the root group to be this. So we're climbing it. They're not the same. So we're going to assign the value that's in the group mapping. And then we're going to check again. Right? I almost feel like this is a do while situation. Hold on. There's an order operation issue. Instead of while loop, while do, we want to do while, but I don't think there's a do while in Godot, I want to say. Noxibo says, I guess it shows my own skepticism for even paying attention to that grumpy old man energy. I mean, the problem with you is that you probably already know enough that it's hard to find tutorial trustworthy when all these youngins are talking. I mean, I get that. That's also why I refuse to watch a lot of the tutorial videos, and rather I focus on like reading articles and looking at Wikipedia as opposed to like actually finding tutorials. My go-to quote-unquote tutorial is solving stuff on paper, understanding concept and solving stuff on paper, or like just looking up the concept and then trying to figure it out myself, as opposed to like actually following along a tutorial. And that is the old in me, for sure. Okay, so this is kind of true, but it's not true. I think while they're not equal to each other, we assign it. But when they're about to be equal, we escape it, as opposed to doing that one last loop to make it equal. So I suppose I need to do that. I gotta go like this for one last step. Terrifying. The notion is terrifying, but I think that's okay. So we go, hey, if their root groups don't belong to each other, then we're gonna get the A group and then assign it to B group's root group. I think. All right, let's see if this results in infinite loop. Everyone. Boom. Nil. Root group is 0. Interesting. Hey, what the heck? What am I assigning here? What is that key? Oh, it's a POI to group. Whoops. I'm traversing the wrong one. There you go. Noxibo says, I find the tutorial videos to be best source of finding out terminologies used. Being a non oh, I see. That makes sense. Yay, look. Well, we'll see. They're connecting. Ugh, this is wrong. This is wrong. Okay. Noxiba said best screensaver ever. Mikori's over there probably thinking like, Ezra, you just needed to do it the other way. I know the other way works. Come on, let Let me do it this way, please. All right. Let's take a look at what's happening here. Group 0 and group 1. They don't belong to each other. The root group for A right now is 0. And then if I look at that, they're the same. So they're okay. Root group of A is 0. Root group of B is 1. Sick. They don't belong to each other. So we're going to say, hey, the root group of A will now be 1. So now they both belong to group 1. Yes. Simple enough. Resume. New one. We got 2 and 3. That's okay. I'm waiting for connections where I see numbers that has already been used. 6 and 7. I guess I'll just do it this way. 6 and 7 here. We're seeing 8 and 2. Okay, this is a case where 2 already has a root. 2 belongs to 3 at this point. So we're connecting 8 and 2. And we have 8, which belongs to 8, I think. But then the 2 right now belongs to 3. And 3 belongs to 3. So this will traverse until, yep, B is now 3. So 8 versus 3 now. We go down. And then we say, hey, 2 is now 8. Oh, that's right. One last thing. We gotta say, not only that, the A root group's root is now B. Yes, this is it. This is it. This will fix it, I think. Boom. I'm going to resume now, and hopefully this will just work. Sick. Spanning. Where is it? Spanning. 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 Some connections happening. Oh, ooh, blue's really hard to see. Hold on. It's so dark. Let's do white. Maybe that'll help. Or we'll do Navajo white. Not sure if that's politically correct, but Noxyboo says, also, it's all in good faith. Don't ever let what I say demotivate you. I'm just joking. I'm not worried. Okay. This one is clearly not right. Oh, wait. They're two different colors. Maybe I need to change the thickness. Width 2, I think. Right here. It's really hard to tell. Yellow. Cat. There you go. Oh, no. This is still hard to tell. Am I crazy? Wait. Does the line width not work? I guess it doesn't. Well, what? Line width. I thought this changes the width of the line. Okay, what about style? Style? I'm gonna have to go into this. Map line. Is line 2D dotted? Oh, I guess I did the texture instead. Okay. I suppose red is okay then. It's a little bit darker, so I'll just do red here, and let's make it a little bit faster. 0.2. Okay. Okay. This is doable. I can work with this. Line.thick. All right, exactly. Make it thick. This looks good. Except this one didn't connect, but that was just the bug of the webbing. Cool. That's pretty cool. I think it's working. Yeah, that red is invisible. Yeah, it's invisible for me too. But I think it's okay because it's just for debugging purposes. I can, as long as I can see the main line, I think we're okay here. Like I can barely see it. I have to like look into it to see it too. But the idea is we have minimum spending tree. We're given a number of points. All the points are connected with minimal number of edges. And that is a dungeon creation right there. We did a dungeon creation thing real quick. And then we will add back few lines, right? So now we get rid of this await thing. We will probably remove this, make it not visible instead. And then now that we have minimum spending tree, we're going to add back random number of lines. So we'll say I guess for I in random I range between, I don't know what, I guess depending on the number of points, I guess. So we would say between half of number of points. So we would say points, or is it called POI list? Yeah. Yeah. POI list size divided by 2 to if I add half back, maybe we'd do 1/3. We'd do 1/3 to half. Maybe like so. We randomly pick, randomly pop unused line, shuffle. The shuffle might happen first. We shuffle the unused line, then we pop back, and then var line, let's say used, what is it, lines? Is it called map lines? What are we calling it? Minimum lines. Minimum lines, push back the line. We're going to make the line visible now. Can't infer, so we'll say as map line here. We're not using this. Can I just do that? No, it yells at me anyways. I have no use for the eye. Integer division. Yes, it is integer division. For I guess. Stop warning me. I know this things. It's like, you know, this is loss of information. Yes, it is. Yes, how do I get rid of this warning? Like, do I just go like that and then floor it? But I don't want to do float division. Just don't give me, I understand the risk. Don't give me a warning. I wish I could do that. Whatever. I'll just live with the warning here. All right. So we added back few connections. So we have some things, and then we're still struggling with this bug, but that's okay. That's pretty cool. It's not entirely connected. There's some reconnection. 1, 2. We got some cycle going on. Yeah. I think that makes up for kind of interesting shapes. Right? We got to do something about that. Ooh, this is interesting. Noxiba says, are you actually generating constellations? Because that is starting to look pretty awesome now. No, I mean, but then like it being kind of constellation-like is an happy accident. Because this is supposed to be like star system, right? Like random star system that are connected to each other that you can traverse through. And invoking this like constellation feeling gives for that feeling of space. Wow, this one is a shrimp constellation. That's looking pretty cool. I like it. Clearly, I need to make the map a little bit bigger. Let's make the space map a little bigger. Let's make it, I don't know, 2000 by 1200. That's a little bit too big. 1800 by 900. There you go. Sick. This looks pretty cool, everyone. I think we're doing it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm not sure if this is enough traversal points, but I think it works. And then we can make mechanics for like instead of fixing that one point not being connected. Well, I guess we can connect it to the closest points. We can do that check once. This is very cool. Yeah, I think it's working. Okay. Noxibo says you can always just relocate to a whole new map rather than adding more points as well. What do you mean? Because I would love to know if you're thinking about something cool. The amount looks great. Okay, yeah. I think the amount looks okay. It feels good. Some destination thing would be interesting to configure, but I'm going to turn on my information display again. Somehow. The POI that I'm adding. So we're generating. We got the POI list here. We already did the POI info. I think we can do this now. Say everything is a neighbor. It might break, but we'll see. We can do map info is here. I might have to bring out. So I used to have a logic where POI, when you hover over, it shows up the information about the points. That I might have to add back in somehow. Not really sure how I'm going to do that, but we'll figure it out. Okay, so generation logic I think is good now. So we can stop on the generate. Noxibo says, I thought I heard you muse if the amount was enough, but instead of making more points, you could find some story or gameplay mechanic to just go to a brand new map instead. Yeah, I agree. I that's kind of how I understood it. But, ooh, Fig needs help. I need to go. Let me see. Just a sec. Okay. I'm back. Hasi says, one of them looks like a fox, another looks like a shattered heart, a diamond, a hay fork, a bear. You really made a good star map. Thank you. I appreciate that. Now I can release it. Everybody, I have a star map plugin. Noxibo says, I thought... No, I already read that. Okay, cool. So we have a star map that looks like Constellation, which is a happy accident and looks cool, I think. Next thing I need... Yeah, I need to turn on the selection thing. So for now, starting can be random, I think. So for any of these points, we'll say starting POI can be POI list, pick random. And then that's being used in some ways, which I don't quite remember. Ship icon, current POI. You add them, we do something with the ship icon. During the process, well, we'll see. Noxibo says, next up, we need to find that damn Skywalker. exactly. Let's see. I think now time has come for me to try to figure out my old code, which is my favorite part of life, I think. Now I'm being facetious when I say that, but we'll get it. All right, so when we have ready, we're connecting a bunch of stuff. We have map nodes. We're doing it on ready. So this connection, I think we need to do it on creation. Right. So on generate, which has become a monster of a code block. Ideally, we want to break it apart, but you know, who's counting? I don't have a coworker that's breathing down my neck about this. So I think we can do that. Right. This one, it says identify map node. There you go. Boom. Generate. Aha! Look at that. Got civilization, waypoints. Yes! All right. Cool. You see the vision, everyone? Okay. What does bother me is the fact that the lines are above the point. So I think I want to make sure that the points are below the lines. So I might actually add the points later. So don't add it yet. And we'll add it now. Map container dot child point. Nexibo says, is that custom tooltip hooked onto your mouse? Tutorial, please. Yeah, sure. It is. But it's just container that's floating where the mouse pointer is. It doesn't flip, so could be better. Like, for example, if the tooltip is on the edge, it needs to go other side as opposed to right. But what it is just, it's just controller that's being controlled when I'm hovering over. All right, this is pretty cool. Pretty cool stuff right here. Next up, I want to show where the ship is at. Let's see. Before, the ship icon was instantiated and then was added to the current Oh, this needs to happen on generate. We're going to get rid of all this. And then we're going to put it on generate. After generating, okay, so this is just generate. I think we do need to do the whole like start. Func. Start map. I'm not going to check for if current POX is, because if it doesn't, it should break. Let's see what that looks like. Oops, wrong one. Where's my ship? Is it floating somewhere else? Noxibo says, I guess my capabilities vary wildly between complex and simple stuff. Yeah. Hey, I mean, you don't know what you haven't done. That makes sense to me. But I think you have the ability to do this, honestly. The current POI will... Oh, that's probably because I didn't call this. When I start, I think the current current POI equals starting POI. And the start map function should be called after generate. Space with biggie start map. Zeus is almost done with my UI sprite sheet. Ooh, excited. Error. I know why it happened, but here you go. Ta-da! Ow! It's because I didn't include any map or line information. So we might have to hide that for now. I'm gonna make it break first. And clearly we also need to make a add that info. I think for now this needs to be commented out because I haven't implemented some of the configuration yet. Zuzu says, almost done with my UI sprite sheet, but first, sleep. Sleep is good. Congrats on finishing out those things. Okay, interesting. This is considering this as a neighbor. So the idea is only the lines that are accessible should light up. However, this is lighting up. And I'm guessing there's an invisible edge here. Which I get it because those edges exist. So I need to do a cleanup where all the unused lines needs to be freed. Noxibo says, take care, strawberry person. Yes, Zuzu is one of the first Discord member. I think Zuzu was the very first person to join. Actually, in fact, Zuzu has a title of first. There are 3 roles. There's first, second, and third in our Discord role. And Zuzu was first. I forgot who was second. Mikori might have been third. No, maybe not. Anyways, so here we are. Okay, so where are we now? We're going to just check. Make sure the thing I didn't miss anything important. I was so tired of wiping my glasses and smearing. I bought a new microfiber fabric. Plus a 600 count of lens wiper. Very useful. I'm excited. This is my favorite. You know how old you are by getting excited by these like small useless stuff. Noxibo's Discord. Cough, cough. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, join Discord, everyone. I announce things there. And, you know, if you want to be a playtester for this game in near future, that's also a way to be. I'll make announcements. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. So, under generate again, I will have to clean up unused lines, right? So we got unused line. We're doing that. Blah, blah, blah. For unused line and unused lines, or line and unused lines, I guess. I could reuse that. We'll just go, hey, map container. We'll remove this from the thing, and then we'll queue free because they don't exist anymore. Boom. Generate. Sick. Oh my goodness. Guys, look at this. Isn't this amazing? Okay, so I can click on these destination and confirm. Clearly this button was placed before I changed the resolution because this is looking pretty misplaced. But either way, I think this is good. Our ship is here. And then we got the little selector. It's fun. Fun, fun, fun. Okay. I think the generate probably will break because the reset code is wrong. So on reset, we got to make sure we disconnect everything so it doesn't break apart. So for this one, we got to reverse our add logic, all these. So the points will be disconnected and removed. Disconnect. Not that I don't think you have to do it, but something I do. Removes it. The current POI will have to become null. And then I think starting POI becomes null, and current POI becomes null. I don't know if that will break anything, but we'll see. Generate new one. It says, can I call method get parent on previously freed instance? Because ship icon is trying to call. Oh, that's right. We got a ship icon. We got to unparent this. We got to unparent the selector and the ship icon, I think. Hold on. What happens here? On start, ship icon gets added to the selector and ship icon gets to be the child of the current. So on reset, if ship icon and ship icon get parent, then ship icon get parent, remove. Oh, thanks for the raid, White Vault. Hello. Shout out to White Vault. Welcome, raiders. Hope you guys had a amazing stream session. Yeah, tell us a little bit about what you were doing, and tell the chat and the viewers what it's all about. What the White Vault raid is all about. Foha says, "Hey Ezra, hey Foha, long time no see. Welcome, welcome." Noxibo says, I think it might be a fun idea to make some clips or videos or shorts of just the progress achieved each stream. This looks pretty neat, but I've already forgotten what the state was at the start of the stream. So seeing that might be pretty motivational. Also makes a decent index for people to see if there is anything interesting, then they can watch the VOD. Yeah, okay, so here's the thing about the YouTube watchers. So right now I have it so that the lives on YouTube, VODs just kind of save automatically. Should I entirely replace it with the edited VOD instead of leaving the full-on one, or should I leave both? I think that's a question. Making VOD is definitely a good bit of work, but I'm sure it'll help me make better, more consistent devlogs probably. Let's see. White False Raiders. Chief says, rate message. Randomness says, dread on arrival. Is it about showing up to a party that you don't know anything about? Basically, that's the idea. Dread on arrival. Okay, I'll tell you a little bit while White Fault is typing. You know what? I'm going to catch on. White Fault says, lol, sure. I was just working on some sprites for my vampire game and was finally able to put the Steam page live. Wow, congrats. Big steps. I'm hoping that I'll do some Steam pages. I just got approved. When I say just, I mean like 3 months ago for my Steamworks account. So I should probably create one. I have a roadmap for this game specifically. I want to release this game for next year's October's Next Fest. So we have 1 year. So we just finished doing our roadmap. I can show you the GDD, and then I can show you the progress of the game that we made so far. We are Godot game development content specifically. Dread on Arrival. Main keyword is that it's a fusion of FTL and Darkest Dungeon with environmental puzzle and narrative components of Outer Wilds. I'm also taking like Citizen Sleeper as inspiration a little bit. The actual sentence pitch of the experience is that it's this. In quote, explore the unknown space with a uniquely hand-built ship and a crew in this retro-futuristic game. Navigate through hazards and events while managing the sanity of your crew. Are we truly alone here? Spacefaring game. Very FTL-like with narrative components with crew management. We had this part so far, where there's a major points with little printout paper sheets. So some people even said it visually has like paper please aspect to it. I see that. I'm not really sure if that's something tagline that I want to use because it deviates quite a bit. And during the major point of interest, you can click on these individual points of interest to explore them in this like side profile pixel art form to discover new things, have dialogues and whatnot. And then once you decide to go to different major points, you have this roguelike procedurally generated graph map with general direction of the destination, the major destination, but you don't see where it is. So there's this sense of exploring the space to go through uncharted area. And some of the major points that you haven't visited may be discoverable through your journey. And then once you click on each of these points, you have chance of getting to events and combat, which is this like tactics type looking thing with station information here, crew information here, and some actions here. These are mockups. I actually just finished implementing this, the combat part. And so because we finished this right now, we're at generating this graph map part of the game. And this is what you see, right? So these are generated, and I'm trying to go through them and make it more interactable. So yeah, that's where we're at. And you know, debugging this so we can kind of run this a few times. Selector, get parent. But yeah, now I do want to make the Steam page. Reason I'm delaying myself from making the Steam page for this particular game, even though I have a design doc now with some visual mockups, is that I want to at least have my first playtest, which I'm hoping to do it by December, end of December. First playtest to be done and iterated over, and then use those visual components in demo. So here, okay, cool. So I can regenerate, yay. Regenerate, new map, you start here, pretty sick. These are looking like nice constellations. Cool. And this was really fun to implement just now. We were looking at what's called a Delaunay's triangulation method to create these like neighboring webs, and then we create a minimum spanning tree out of those fully graphed map to reduce the number of edges, and we added back some of the edges again to make this like cycle so that you can kind of journey through better. So yeah. Whitefault says, okay, I must lurk and clean up the Steam page, BRB. All right, thanks for the raid. Have fun. Swan says, sounds right up Whitefault Sally. Yeah, I should probably friend you so I can raid you in the future. Follow. Sick. Foha Tensho says, no, it's because they all know who I am and they dread me arriving. Yes, that's why it's called Dread on Arrival. It's straight up because of Foha. Zuzu says, I like watching the raw VOD as background stuff. Okay, so there is intention for that. You know what? Obviously, I think it's probably a good idea to make both then. Do a summary VOD release that are more meant for like less, more curated version. Maybe there is an audience for both. It's just that any kind of extra step I take in editing and publishing process on YouTube is an extra work. So, all right, cool. Resets working cleanly. These things are happening. I'm going to now add extra information. So the POI right now is just civilian, just one type of POI. I have all these POI resources. I might have to change some of these. I don't know how I'm going to do naming if I'm doing random generation, but we'll see. We'll see. Not too worried about this right now. All right. Okay, next. I think we want to center the map on where you are, right? Or do you just do this? Like, do you assume that this is the location? Like, this is just how it's going to be? And then, like, just fit the camera this way? I guess this won't be too friendly to different resolutions, though, if I do that. Okay, I'm gonna make it so that it is I don't know actually. Because I don't like the idea of camera looking like this. And then user have to scroll down like this. I kind of feel like the whole thing should show up. So for now, I'm gonna make it so that the scroll is centered so that the position of the map is centered like this. And that is probably an ugly process, but I'm not gonna worry about that. Should I worry about that? I should worry about that, honestly. I'll worry about that right now. Noxibo says, I don't even want you to put in extra work. I just literally you start the stream saying we're gonna do X and then cut to the end of the stream, the last gameplay test, and just show the progress. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I'll probably do that. I need to get a habit of planning my day out, probably. Noxibo says, just like 30 to 60 seconds clip of the stuff that happened on stream. Oh, okay, I see. Even shorter. You know what? That's a good idea. I should probably do that. That's probably a great way to promote my stream in general. Thanks, Noxivo, for that idea. I'll try the first one today. And because it's the first one, maybe I could do a few videos. I'd be like, I've been working on Dread on Arrival, Spacefaring Adventure, and this is our today's stream. Blah, blah, blah. All that stuff. Because this graph stuff is kind of interesting. Hey, Locoponto. Hello. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow, Yu or Yo-Yo as well. Thanks. All the raiders. Young and old. Late and early. Both appreciate it. Okay. All right. So let's see. I guess all the raiders haven't seen the combat part. So we have the combat part here. The combat tester here. If I launch this, so now we need to combine these two things. Ball City says, what's up, Unc Ezra? So we have this, right? Which I guess I gotta turn off those things. Where basically you can click on your crewmate and change their station. And they have a number of actions. I can move into things. I can route some power. The oxygen really doesn't do anything yet, but that's something. Move over here and then launch some missiles. And I think kind of want to do some, let's see, put on shield on power. That's important. Put shield on missile. Okay. All right. I think the shield is good now. I'm going to turn that off. Turn on and navigate to forward using my missile as a defense. All right. We're going to move up so we can connect faster. Missile. Okay. Ooh, a little tricky. Launch a missile, and then we can launch a missile again. Why aren't my missiles going forward? Wait, is it going forward? Ugh. Hello? Is that a bug? Oh. Okay, some bugs detected. We'll get through that probably. Ball City says, what's up, Unkez? Why is it called air fryer when it's food that's getting fried instead of air? Foha says the air is so hot it fries it. So food fryer? Yeah. Not an air fryer then. Well, it's frying with air, but it's not really frying. It's basically convection baking, which is you're circulating the air so that it remains even temperature as they cook, which has a effect of roasting, making things crispy, meaning it dehydrates and heats, I think. Bolsey says, finally someone agrees. Wait, you use your air fryer to fry food? They have recipes for like crispy food kind of like fried chicken that's made in air fryer. But if you want that oil effect, you still need to spray oil on it. Also, that should issue a memo to rename it. Isn't oil frying also convection because it's two different material? Yes. So conceptually, it's the same thing. It's using air as a carrier of the heat versus oil. So if the cycle and the heat is the same, then the concept is the same, I think. It's just the oil doesn't get absorbed into the food. Boha says, I'll ask my friend Ball City to write the memo. Of course, the air fryer, that's what I call the hair dryer. I guess technically that's correct. Noxipo says, it would also help to keep people that missed a stream or to quickly catch up. Noxipo says, missile implies being able to steer it. If you can, you should call them rocket, I believe. Ooh, okay. I'll call them rockets then. Ball City says, hair fryer? Air fryer. Hair fryer. Hairy air fryer. Anyways. All right, we're going to combine these two. I know there are some bugs there, but it's okay. We're going to combine the combat and the map. That is a separate thing now. So we have a combat folder and then the star map folder, both which has its own tester. So now what? Now we need something that requires both a game mode, right? The amount of directories I have is kind of a little bit crazy. I need to really get a hold of this, but it's okay. I suppose we want a navigation scene where we navigate and then arrive. Should we combine it to the full game? Will that be too much? I mean, I think that's scope creep. If I try to combine it to the full game, which currently... Oh, it's breaking. Oh, because I changed the state manager. Okay. Well, that's okay. That's not a problem. We'll fix it one at a time. All right, so we're doing navigation mode, technically. So I think it can stay in the navigation mode. We used to have this as a navigation mode where we're changing crewmate and you can see the crewmate. But I think the new scene we're going to create is probably a sequence of... I don't know if it should be a separate scene, because I almost feel like it needs to be the top game scene. I'm going to make a new main scene. That's for... because this is supposed to be the roguelike components, right? So we'll say scene... roguelike version main. And roguelike version will have the space map, not the tester, actual space map. Which I guess I should probably name this something else. Oop. And the combat which is this it? Yeah, it is it. So we'll add this into you. Oop. Like so. Both of them are here. And then I'll have the two testers as kind of point of reference. So we have our combat tester, and then we have the space map tester, because we use them specifically here. We said the space map is control that hovers over a specific canvas layer, which I guess we could do that. Or we could include it into a game environment so it can be impacted by the bloom. But I kind of like the idea of it being in the canvas layer. So I'll do the canvas layer here. And call it UI layer. Or in-game UI. Menu UI and in-game UI will be separate, I think. Then I'll make this full rect here. Cool. I think that should just straight up work here. Navigation combat requires some parameters like so, but we're not going to worry about that. So first thing first, on roguelike version of the game, class name roguelike main func ready is a starting point. It's going to do something here on launch. Foha says just the air essentials, really, just the air necessity. Gosh, I got a bunch of dead jokes out here. Noxibo says we need unlockable pets that can be in a rubber dinghy being tugged behind the boat, because why not? Just right below the engines too. What can go wrong? Noxibo says, bugger. Should have Discord when the raid came in. That's true. I could still do that. Hey, we have Discord. But I mean, like, I feel like I need to earn all the raiders' trust before they decide that they want to also join my community on top of their main place, you know? Not very good at self-promoting, I suppose. In some ways. I think I'm pretty good at self-promoting, but then also I'm pretty bad at it at the same time. I can be both. Let's see. It is kind of warm though. Oh, how long have I been streaming? 3 hours and 30 minutes. I guess a little bit before I call it, but we're now finally merging these things. So I think the first thing that we decided that was going to happen is probably the navigation or the tutorial. Before the actual navigation happens, there could be a tutorial combat first. Yeah? So let's plan it out. So we'll say start game can be something. The first time user experience, which is also known as the FTUI or FTUE. We want tutorial combat. Is that bad? No, we want tutorial combat, right? And then open map. And then free play. Not that hard. So we'll create a tutorial combat here. And we said tutorial combat. Well, before that, we also need to configure the starting reset game state. And we need to know what that is. The game state that are required for this in particular, for combat tester at least, was this thing called the player info and then navigation combat info, and then we have all these configuration of the combat. So I almost feel like we need a combat loader, so we can name the combat. Yeah. I mean, almost the configuration should be, I feel like configuration should come from the map itself. Because when I click on the map, it'll get to a point, and depending on what the point of interest is, it'll spit out a configuration, and I take that, and then I give it to the combat handler. Yeah. Naxibu says, oh, wait, so you were just making all the components separately first in different folders and now need to stick it all together? Yeah. I mean, it's like I was having, what I was doing was I was making a component plus the visualized tester so I can test the endpoints. So basically, this is essentially what the actual game would do, right? So this gives me a kind of like code and the test of how to start map generation in the actual game. And then for a combat tester, I configure some configuration and then I have some entry point. These are same logic that the actual game would call, except I don't have to restart the game. I'm just testing it in the testing environment where I can go, hey, click on minefield, and then it's like minefield map. And then I can click on standard combat and then I can start the standard combat. So I don't know. I mean, keeping track of all this doesn't feel too difficult just because I know the components of the game that I want to make. But normally I do like top-down approach where I go from the beginning and then do it in order and put everything together into a single scene. Experientially, though, in terms of development experience, it feels more solid when you develop it with individual testing environment and then put them together later. Feels less chaotic. To me, it feels more organized. But yeah. All right, so combat here. Not really sure how I'm going to do the tutorial combat, but that would be something. Because tutorial combat means we have to pause the game quite a bit in between to inject any type of script to say, hey, dialogue here, pause the game here, blah, blah, blah. So I might have to add that later. For now, we're going to skip this part. We're going to start with opening the map. So opening the map, when we start game, tutorial combat gets loaded. And then we can receive signal here. And combat can have a signal that says the combat is over. Initialize combat, on action, execute, greet, redraw. I'm sure there's the combat itself has some sort of state management here, which I do. On defeat or objective complete, we show victory screen, right? And then victory screen probably could have press any key or spacebar to continue. Or add a button. So let's say I do this. For example, and say if I were to do this. So done, we say continue. For example, then I would say, hey, if this gets pressed, probably do something here. And that something happens to be navigation combat, signaling combat done. For example, like so. And then roguelike version could listen to that combat being done. So on ready, combat done, connected to on combat done. We do that. Do something here. So technically, our to-do is start tutorial, real combat. And then on combat done, we are going to close combat window, close disable combat window, and then open star map. And opening a star map is just simply making the star map visible for me. But we could also say show, which I think is a native command, so we need to be careful here. Show the canvas item if it's currently hidden. This is equivalent to setting visible to true. But then I'm using this. Cool. Star map, and then we're going to hide the combat. So we'll say navigation combat will be hide. There needs to be more than that. So on visibly change, we probably need to actually pause the game so that it doesn't take any input. But that's separate. I guess we can make it so that the combat state, because it shows it and it doesn't go anywhere. And I think while we're in finished state, nothing happens. Like it doesn't take any keys and stuff like that, because I think the key handling even, or click handling, I made sure that it's only handled during certain states. So I think we're good here. Okay. All right, so we're hiding it and we're showing the map. On reset game state, first of all, we're going to hide both of them. Like so. And maybe delete some stuff, but for now, on start, we're gonna gen star map, regenerate star map, which is this one, like so, or space map, I guess. Pascapelaja says, how long have you been working on this? This game in particular, I think, somebody asked us the other day, about a year now. Calendar year, but engineering hour wise, I would say probably like 4 months. Because once again, this is one of my like 4 projects I'm working on at the same time. Because between this starting this game out and then working on I spent good time working on the Twitch integration thing, this gachapon thing. And then I created a bunch of videos in between. So I didn't really get to work on it as much as I would like to. We only recently this month locked on the design doc and starting to work on this seriously. All right. Okay, so we have connected to navigation combat. We have the complete done. When it's done, we're hiding the combat and we're showing the space map for selection. Space map, when it starts, it generates and resets. And right now we're saying on ready, we connect it and then we start the game immediately. We can reset game later. We can talk about that, how that happens. We're doing this, we show it. If we're going to pretend that the tutorial has completed immediately, so that path doesn't change. I'm going to say navigation, combat, emit, combat done, emit it. Right? So it's like emit combat done to simulate tutorial combat being finished, which will be removed later. And on that sense, space map will show, and then it should be good. So if I start right now, immediately I should see star map full screen. Cool. Star map full screen exists. These UI are still visible, and that is something that we need to probably fix. The battery right here, this UI is also visible. Seems like those components, UI components, are part of it somehow. Hiding that doesn't hide this, because I guess they're a separate canvas layer. So what I think I need to do is on visibility change, where go func on visibility. I guess I should probably signal that out. If the visibility changes, does this trigger? I want to see what hidden is. Document. Emit it when this node becomes hidden. Okay, so I think instead on just visibility change, I can do on hide when this becomes hidden, which means it's being paused. Hide means pause. We're going to also make the combat UI. Can I make the combat UI? I guess it's not available. We say combat state, combat UI, visible equals false. And then on visibility change, I guess I should do it if visible. This visibility should probably rely on visible. Okay, sick. I think that'll be okay here. Noxibo says, so what if I have an inventory component, but my combat component also needs it? Do you just copy it? So I like to, so there's a component, I have to figure that out, but right now I'm making it so that you make a conversion. So each individual component have their own data object and how they handle that. So if you're going from overall game, the global state of the game, into the combat system, then the data conversion layer would convert the object into the object that the combat needs. Realistically, some of those conversions are just creating an object and passing it. So yeah. And that doesn't feel too bad to me. I know it's like a lot of extra work, but that extra layer of obfuscation does help isolate some of the error for me, I think. Noxiva says, this old man needs to go take his nap. Thanks for today's stream and advice. Gonna at least plan out the singleton damage handler tomorrow. Have a good night. Oh, thanks for watching, Noxibo. Bye-bye. Okay. So let's see. Roguelike state machine here. Start. Combat state. Oh, this is no. I mean, yeah, I guess so. That makes sense to me. This is in the beginning. All right, it started. It's here immediately. The confirm button doesn't do anything, so we're gonna do map selected signal here now. Space map. Navigation combat. Not the combat. The space map. Here, it's going to signal destination selected, which I already did. Nice. So the game will be listening to that. Sorry for being nasty out here. We'll say boop. Destination selected, connect, and it's gonna say on destination selected. Not selected, I guess. It's more like confirmed. But we'll see. It's gonna require some parameters here. And this one passes to destination and its path. I'm not sure what that is yet. Oh, path information. Okay, cool. And then come over here, sign that up. Then that happens automatically, but I do think that the confirm button should probably be, I don't know, bottom center. Like so. And then when this is pressed, we do this thing where we get the POI info and then grab the selected path info and then play some audio. There's no error. Good. We'll unmute this real quick. And then on the main game, we're not going to do anything yet. I'm just going to, for now, I'm just going to have it start some default combat here real quick. So, destination resources, it's just simply going to hide the space map and then show this navigation combat, and navigation combat will be configured real quick. Combat tester, and that is based on this. On restart, we do something like this. So on destination selected, we do this, and we're going to say start func start combat. And this one requires combat config. Yeah, combat config here. So say combat config, and that will be passed to the active config. We don't need that anymore. Let's pass that in. Navigation combat gets reset, and then we're initializing combat with test player, which doesn't exist right now. So we'll create a test player object. We don't need this either, because we're just grabbing the config. We just need player information. And player information, I suppose I could get it from here. So combat tester, take the test player info here. For now, I'll export that in as well, just like the combat tester. I guess I'll put it on top here, like so. And so from the combat tester, we can copy the information. So we'll have test player, which is just player right now. Player info. We'll pass the player info here. Cool. And then we start it immediately. And so technically to do is start combat with the combat config. To do, grab combat config parsed from POI or path information. For now, it's just standard config time being, or standard combat, which I think we can just temporarily solution. We go whoop, pick random. And we're starting a combat on selection based on the destination. This is not being used, but it's okay. Okay. Game starts. I select the location. I confirm, which I can't click right now. That's probably because it's being blocked by other UI components. So let's look at the mouse information here. Parent control stops it. That's okay. Only thing is the button that's the problem right now. This stops it. I mean, it's on top. I don't know what else is blocking it. I guess this might be blocking it. This would actually should be down here. Yeah, there it is. You hear the sound too. Open it up. Oop, not that. Close. Roguelike main version. Open the game. We have a map. Confirm. Says invalid type of function start combat. Oh, we need to pass the player information. Or do I? No. Says start combat. Argument. Pack scene is not subclass. Yes. Seems like this is not being read as this. Oh, I got instantiate for now. There you go. Okay. Yeah, so shift information. Now we got to provide the other combat configuration that was required. The test player has all the ship information and everything, so I don't know why it's not working. Oh, it's empty. There you go. I don't know why it was refreshed. Hypnotic. There you go. Look at that. All right. Okay. Now I need to start massaging some of these things down so that the end of the combat is properly configured. We're almost there. We're almost there, I think. Oops. That's not it. Here. Click. Also, there is an issue of combat starting like this as opposed to center like this. I do think that when game starts, the camera should be centered at the player. So I probably need to fix that. Start. On start. Main camera. Well, I mean, it's already doing this. I'm changing left and right. Okay. So I think the first thing actually needs to happen is main camera position will equal to the player. On first node in group, player, and its position maybe? Let's see if that works. Ooh, that can't go anywhere. The one bug case happened. There you go. Yeah. Ha! Oh. Hey, I'm defeated. All right, that's good. At least I can test that part. So when I'm defeated, navigation, I think should probably signal that out. Combat done on signal. Probably say signal defeat. And then combat done doesn't necessarily mean victory, so that's why I did that. On defeat, we show this. And then we'll do a defeat here. Add another digital button. That is restart. And layout. Anchor position for the center. We'll just put it down here. And on pressed. Navigation combat. And oof. This should be separate, I think. Honk on restart button pressed. Defeat emit. should disconnect, I think. Disconnected, and then we're going to pick on the feet. Wait. Where is it? On, did I just not save it? On restart. Oh. Restart button pressed. We're emitting the feet here. When that happens, we're connecting that. Defeat will be on restart, which will be over here. Just simply start game again, I think. Connection is exactly the same. I don't have to hide anything. This one resets everything. I think it's okay. All right. Yep. All right. Let's try to die here. Uh-huh. All right. I think I can move into the bomb and move into the bomb again. Oh, I resisted that one. Pretty impressive. Okay. Oh, this different ones got destroyed today. Move into this now. Please kill me. Yeah, at least one person died. Oh, yeah, that one's dead. Well, that doesn't matter as much. Ooh, okay, that's the error. Valid access to property or key grid position on nil. What was trying to do? Player resolves. We're entering AI main phase. We're executing AI's logic. And then we come in here. We're trying to get the Y difference so that the ships line up with the player piece. The player piece is null. Why would the player piece be null in this particular case? Interesting. That doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. Oh. Oh, what? Okay, interesting. Hold on. Player or ship piece. I think when the damage is being processed, the ship piece is receiving damage when it shouldn't. So the piece is dying before the player's actual ship dies, status-wise. So, take damage here. Or handle collision damage. Where sources... I think it's because I'm running into things. So... the target is asteroid piece and source is ship. That's one thing. The target is missile and source is player. We're to handle player damage. Player ship. That happens. It should never take damage. The player ship should never take damage, I think. Okay. What if the target is player? Target is in player, and then we'll do handle player damage. Interesting. Shouldn't hit this, but I think it did hit it somehow. And it became nil. Like that situation shouldn't happen. We'll have to test a few more times before being able to conclude what's actually happening. For now. Just gonna go on a suicide mission here. Oh, I guess I can't get destroyed here. Gotta restart. Oh, interesting. The ship is gone. How's that happening? All right. I need to test on the combat tester real quick. Something funky is happening here. So, combat tester, defeat overlay, turn it off. Standard combat. I'm gonna try to move into the missile here real quick. And then detect stop the game breakpoint right before the collision happens. Handler. So end turn here. All right, move up and then handle collision damage and turn. Okay. Damage is coming through. It's not an FTL point. Source is a missile. Target is not a missile. Aha! Target. Oh, no, but then the source takes damage. That's fine. That's okay. So this is missile taking the damage. Yes. That's okay. Hold on. One more time, one more time. I thought I caught something, but it wasn't that. Standard combat. Move the character up. One more. Navigation combat. Grid handler. Yep, that's already there. And turn. Not FTL, not asteroid, not missile. The missile or the rocket gets hit. The target is a player, so it's not going to do that. Comes over here, handle player ship damage, which does whatever it does. Boom. And then source is not a player, so it's a source is not in a player. Yeah. It's going to play on death. Oh. It should be... Ooh, okay. So if the source dies, the source should be removed. Like so. Yeah. When target dies, target is removed. Okay, that was a bug. Nice. Okay, that should be better now. I made some mistakes there. Some elemental mistakes. And we'll move into this. Then move into this. Okay. Almost. It's kind of hard to die. Nope, everybody died. Why is that not a game over? Combat state. Defeat should happen on damage. On damage. On piece received damage. I want to see when phase.defeat gets assigned. It gets emitted over here. Combat signal and phase. On piece status change is crew wiped. That is being checked over here. The status change gets triggered on pieces status change. Okay. Interesting. We need an extra layer, I think. I think we need we need the crew wipe check on phase change. At the end of the AI phase, we need to check if the crew has been wiped. Yeah. So on combat state, on transition, when we're ending a phase and we're entering AI compute, we execute AI, and before player main, I think, before player main, get tree, or not get tree, what was it? I'll look at this one again. Combat state is crew wiped. That needs to happen on combat states beginning. Combat state is self. So it'll check, hey, before player main starts, it goes, hey, has the crew been wiped? If so, signal busts out and phase, and then return out of this so that this doesn't execute anymore. Yep. So if I unturn, it's going to go to that. Nice. Trying to get people to die here. Okay, they survived. More time. Zetobob says, I'm back. Hello, Zetobob. Welcome. Things are going along. It's looking promising. I'm gonna end turn, until everybody's on navigation, because I'm on a suicide mission here. There you go. Restart. Sick. Okay. On restart, that the confirm button, I think, needs to be reset, which it didn't do. So we need to hide the confirm button. On reset, Yeah. So the confirm button here for map. Confirm button is over here on ready. This will immediately become invisible. There we go. Cat. Okay. We're going to move in and get pummeled. Boom. Everybody took 1 damage. I'm going to try to get destroyed here. Get everybody into the room. Come on. Defeat. Nice. Okay. So restart works. I can click on the configuration and then a new combat works. Let's see. Procedurally generate star map navigation. Actually, we finished this pretty quickly. Format, strike. It took us, I think, 1 week actually. So we've saved 1 week of engineering hour. So we're ahead. We'll insert a column to the right. Complete date, which is 10/17/2025. That means ideally we're pulling this date by 1 week. Potentially. I mean, still goal date is there. December 8th becomes December 1 first, I think. Corrected. Combat mode, escape minefield. Almost. I mean, it's basically done. Foha says, if Americans smile, do Europeans skilometer? I get the joke. Haha. It's I recognize it as a wordplay. Yes. Good job. Not sure if it's funny. I'm not entirely sure if it's funny. But good job on the pun. So these are complete. I'll greenlight this one. All right. Some neutron star environment. I think what this is actually environmental effect. Collapsing star. Or call it collapsing star. Collapsing star in effect. Timed escape with enemies. I want this one. Boss ship, I'm not really sure. We definitely need upgrade shop, which we'll implement separately. We need different weapons now, I think. Enemy piece. Homing. Well, I'm pretty sure I'm spelling homing. Homing rockets. And then this could take a week. So adding that kind of sets it back to 8th here. Potentially. I do think that this is actually half a week work, meaning it's like 1 or 2 day work. This might be 1 week. This might actually be 1 week as well. 0.5. So what we have is 1 to 3 weeks left. So actually, if we do 1, 2, 3, November 7th. Next week I have jury duty. 14th, visitation. 28th. November 28th seems reasonable. Cool. For us, it's only funny if you're telling the joke. Of course, of course. All right. What else? What else? We need. Do I need the display mode? Let's think about this real quick. Definitely need to center the map. So let's do that real quick. So scroll, I don't know if I can calculate the scroll value to center it. Like, I don't know how I would do that when it's a UI. Navigation. I think maybe. Let's see. Space map. This is already shrink to center, right? Yeah. So as long as this is small enough, this will automatically work. So I don't need the offset, I think. Map offset, we don't need map offset. I think that'll be okay. Let's see what that looks like. Okay. This component doesn't seem very centered. Space map, we're putting things in the map container, and it's relative to this. Star map scroll container, this is the scroll container. It already has a size specifically. It's gonna be full rect. I think. This one's gonna be whatever it is. It's at the top left corner. I guess this whole size thing is kind of weird. So space map. The custom and minimum size is exactly the same. Okay, so no scroll here. It's on the top left corner instead. I want to maybe set here. The space map itself doesn't have to be full rect. Maybe it is shrink center as well. Just have this be centered. It's a little big like that. Then to 1400. Doing manual sizing is probably a bad idea, but for now, I think I just want it to look kind of nice. All right. Next thing I need to do is I need to make it so that when I finish combat, the ship has moved into a new location. Yeah. So I come over here. Unless I have a victory. Let me try to get victory here. Move up. Launch missile. And ready. Move. Launch missile. Oh. It's okay, nobody was at the shield. We're not even using it. Okay, then we can move here. Launch. 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 Kill it. Boom. Victory. There you go. Came back up. All right. So that part I think I can do right now. So when the click and confirm happens, or when confirm gets pressed, comes over here. Destination is selected. You have to move the current position, I think. So we say current POI will equal to selected POI. So that means, I think that means it'll update automatically. We'll try that again. I need to get a regular combat. Ugh. Wrong generation. To figure that out. Oh my gosh, just keep being the minefield. Oh my goodness, can you not give me a regular combat? What is happening? The 50% chance 7 times in a row is kind of crazy. Am I crazy? I don't know what's... Is it just coincidence? Okay, whew, weird. Okay, well, anyways. We're gonna move in here, move up, launch a rocket, move up, rocket, rocket, rocket. Oh. Cannot call methods as in group on null value. Well, I mean, if it's null, just skip it. Why are you even checking the null target? Okay. So I updated the POI, but it doesn't seem like it has moved the ship. Like, it updated the map, but not the ship. So I think I need to add that function right here. So on confirm pressed, we're changing the current POI. Current POI changes under process. We're making it so that the appropriate path is selected. I think what we actually need to do here is here. So current POI or ship icon reparent keep global. Yeah, keep global, reparent it to selected POI. Then we change it. And we're gonna tween var icon tween equals tween create tween and tween property of the ship icons position to vector to 0 0 or not 0 0 or offset, I guess. I don't know. I guess that's fine. Current POI. Oh, I'm already doing that. We are reparenting it already. Guess we don't. Get rid of that. And then we're going to tween it to be 0 0. We'll set trends to be trends cubic, I guess. And then let it take about 0.5 seconds. Invalid argument. Object, oh yeah. Ship icon. Changes position. We await its transition before emitting. We're gonna play the audio first though. Play the audio. Tween the icon. Await on finished. And then admit that it's been selected. Okay. Let's try that out first. Like that. Ooh, yes, yes, yes. I do think that we want to pause. Tree, create timer, 0.2 seconds, or 1 second, timeout, and then transition. There you go. Immediately confirm button needs to be invisible. And then do the transition. Selection? What about selection? Selected POI. Yeah. I think selected POI needs to be POI selected. When does this happen? On When POI selected, this happens. We're switching it over. Neighbor equals current POI. Yep. Then immediately, I think the selection needs to turned off. And then select the POI is actually now empty. Cool. Almost there. Full access to POI info. This needs to be current. Now that the current has been updated. Yeah. There you go. What's going on? I'll select a path. Not really sure what that does specifically. Okay. Works. That 1 second is a little bit too much. So we'll do maybe bake for 2.2 seconds. Wow, this is Huh. That connection was a little weird. Cool. Testing a few more times. Okay. Now I want to add a FTL option when I get to the FTL space. So combat action. We want to add a node called FTL. You know what? I think I can do that later, actually. I'm going to call it today. This pretty long session. We got 4 hours and 30 minutes. I think we can call it pause. We need FTL action, which I think probably takes less than 1 day. 1 day for FTL action. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. Well, thanks everyone for watching. If you're not already, feel free to follow and sub and all that stuff. I am here Monday, Wednesday, and Friday for streaming, and I make videos on YouTube for tutorials for Godot and all that stuff. So we'll see how that goes. Join our Discord if you are interested in hearing any notification for me going live, because my time is a little bit inconsistent. So yeah, that's it. I think I'm gonna raid out here. Let's do a raid out. I think Hypnotic is here. Hypnotic is an easy target, but if there's someone else that I haven't been to in a while. Ooh, Connie's on. It's been a while. Let's see what's interesting. We got Godot 4.4.1, Twitcher, feature, and pumpkin stuff. Hypnotic says saving and loading logic. Ooh, that's interesting. Yeah, you know what? Let's go there. Hypnotic. Hypnotic is doing something interesting. So why not? Hello. We're going to start the raid here. All right, thanks everyone for watching once again. I'll see you next time, next week specifically. And then I guess I'll get on top of that VOD editing. Might as well. That was a good idea. All right, thanks for everyone and everything. Bye. And bye YouTube as well, as soon as this raid thing lands.
14 at times.
Ah, there it is.